дякуємо за авто підписникам Mercado Media. В цей час воно нам дуже необхідно.
Дякуємо глядачам каналу Mercado Media за збір на цю автівку. Слава ЗСУ!
Слава Україні! Я головний сержант 2-ї саперної інженерної роти 33-го окремого інженерного батальйону. Хочу висловити подяку Mercado та його підписникам за таку чудову машину. Ця машина нас приведе ближче до перемоги. Победа за нами, слава Україні!
Hi guys, today I want to appreciate the Mercado Media, all the friends and subscribers, and the Navy community for this wonderful pickup truck. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Всім привіт! Я Вадим, позивний режисер, 42-га окрема механізована бригада. Ми зараз ведемо бої на Харківщині. Дякую Mercado Media і всім підписникам його каналу за придбаний автомобіль. Він дозволить нам ефективно і успішно виконувати бойові завдання на Харківщині. Я сподіваюся, що цей автомобіль дозволить швидше здобути нашу перемогу. Слава Україні!
Dear friends of NAFO, my name is Pete, hasta la vista, from Project Constantine. This beautiful beast was donated to the brigade that we're friendly with in the forest, 67 Brigade. 69th Infantry Brigade donating to 67. It's pretty cool. I keep bumping into this vehicle in the forest. We never have time to actually make any videos or get inside your vehicle and do any missions with it, because we're like passing ships in the night here. But Mercado Media, Andrew, you NAFO supporters, it's beautiful to see this grand vehicle that you've got for this brigade, because it's a reliable vehicle, and I've never seen it anywhere other than in the forest. I've never seen it in the garage. And yes to that, and all Ukrainians must live. Bakhmut is Ukraine. This forest is Ukraine. And Mercado Media and NAFO, you guys are here supporting us, man, and we freaking love you to pieces. Thank you for what you're doing for the soldiers of Ukraine. God bless you. To victory. Do peremoje.
How are we doing, everybody? Check into the stream this afternoon. Turns out we get to start the stream a day early. I was going to come back Monday at this time because this is the new stream time every night anyways, but we have breaking news to cover today. Oh my goodness. I was in bed watching football. NFL Red Zone was blasting through my TV speakers, and then the breaking news came in. And breaking news it is. President Biden has approved Ukraine limited strikes inside of Russia. However, it is far more than what we've ever had, and it is what we've been asking for Ukraine to be able to hit these Russian bases, as I've been crying for it nearly every single Ukraine stream. Every single Ukraine rundown, or anytime I talk about Ukraine, I'd say, we need to let Ukraine hit the bases. We need to let Ukraine strike inside of Russia. So we're going to go into what that means. We're going to have a bunch of guests today on the stream. I'm going to have Greg Terry. He's going to be joining us in about 45 minutes. I'm going to be having Dylan Burns joining us. I have a quote from Aiden Aslan, who we need to complete our fundraiser. First of all, number one, Pete from Project Constantine would be very happy today. He'd be giving us a great video update. Rest in peace to Pete Fouché from Project Constantine. Their fundraiser is at nearly 140,000 euro out of 320,000 euros. So if you guys could help them out really quick, here is the link. Anybody that's helping Pete from Project Constantine, thank you to everybody for doing so in the 67th Brigade. Our fundraiser, again, I'm going to be reading a quote from Aiden Aslan. I messaged Johnny FD. You haven't spoken? Do you want Cam? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm going to respond to Dylan really quick before I add this. Yes. Or it's up to you. Dylan is like, do you want Cam or do you want Cam? I don't know. We'll find out. 97%, you guys. 97% complete with our latest NAFO patch. This is our 12th one. 12th NAFO patch with Johnny FD and Aiden Aslan, and it's just about to complete. Perfect timing right before winter. And this is 3 trucks worth in our NAFO fundraiser. So amazing work, everybody. I'm going to ask Dimitri what our total is for the past 2 years. I think it's got to be close to $350,000. $350,000 in NAFO fundraising. And that's not counting the 100-some thousand that we had at the start of the war that we fundraised through the YouTube Give. So it's like a little under, it's probably like around 400K, 450K all around that we fundraised all together, but about 350K alone in just NAFO campaign fundraising. So thank you guys so much for all the support and help that you've been able to do to get Ukraine trucks on the ground. Oh boy, here it is. Not that one, not the BBC one. Biden authorizes Ukraine to use long-range U.S. weapons inside of Russia. Now, I've been calling for this because, I mean, you call it, say what you will, but the unknown is entering the U.S. presidency in 2 months. We have no fucking clue what President Trump or President-elect Trump is going to do. I feel it's not going to be good support at all. I feel like it's going to be a lot of leaving Ukraine high and dry just off of his own words and actions, and also the people he's putting in his cabinet. But we have 2 months without him still, and the significant move that Biden could make to make it harder for Trump, like, right? Because Ukraine's doing what they have to do to position themselves in for the worst case scenario, right? That's what they took Kursk for. Biden has to do the same thing here to make it hard for Trump to pull the U.S. out of Ukraine completely. And this is one of the moves that is easily could have been made. It should have been made a while ago. Should have been made last year, but here it is. Joe Biden authorized Ukraine to use powerful long-range American weapons inside of Russia, according to 2 U.S. officials familiar with the decision, as North Korean troops deploy in support of Moscow's effort. That's another huge point. That is another massive point, because I'm seeing from a bunch of anti-war, newly anti-war individuals on the internet, which are just like Trump cultists, but they're doing whatever Trump wants and whatever the internet base is calling for at the time. But they're saying this is World War III. This means World War III. But where were you when North Korea joined the war like 2 months ago? Where were you calling for World War III when North Korean troops have like joined the Russians and they're watching God knows what on their cell phone for the first time in their lives, because North Korea is restrictive on everything. The Russians are taking videos of the North Korean troops, like they're finally discovering the internet, and like, but it's been nothing, quiet, heads in the sand. But now that we allow Ukraine to defend themselves properly after not letting them do it, now it's World War III. Calm down. Okay, you need to go touch grass or go outside and realize that this is something that should have already been happening. Like, this is too little, too late. But like, it's nothing. I guess it's not too late. I mean, this is something that we've been asking for. But like, if it was something like if the West was really positioning themselves as the aggressor, which they're not at all. They're not at all. We would have done this a while ago. It would have been immediately. We've been slow walking everything. And then when decisions are made, it's made like after the window that it would have been really helpful, if that makes sense. Doesn't mean that it's still not going to be huge. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying that this isn't going to be a major help to the war effort and major help to Ukraine. Also, a major mental impact on the Russian soldiers and their psyche right now, because they're entering winter. They're the ones going on offensives. Ukraine's doing what they can to defend their territory, and we'll go over the map update. But the Russians are the ones that are overextending themselves to try to take land as fast as possible right now. So this is going to be huge on just that alone. Like, oh, we're doing all this to get this land, and then big attack comes, destroys the base behind them, for example, or like their rear headquarters that the North Korean troops are likely stationed in now. They're going to get. I mean, the U.S. said, it's kind of like common sense. North Korea joined the war. The soldiers that are a part of the war are going to be subject to war. Like, common sense. But like, that really did mean that, now we're going to give Ukraine the approval to use the long range missiles, which is everybody top down has been asking for this. I mean, it's kind of been a common sense one, kind of been a no-brainer, but I'm glad that it is finally happening. And again, it actually is a good window. The window where it would have really, really been significant was like while Ukraine was trying to advance in Kursk. I really wish that we would have approved it then, because then Ukraine could have expanded in the Kursk salient here. They could have expanded further, right? Because then these ATACMS could have been used, or longer range capabilities. But I mean, that didn't happen. But now this is the last window, though. This is the last window that it could have happened because obviously, like I said, the upcoming Trump administration has been very, very not pro-Ukraine. So Biden, who is pro-Ukraine, not the strongest, but he's been pro-Ukraine. This is the window, the last window that he has to like make a strong decision. Finally, the decision comes as Moscow has deployed nearly 50,000 troops to Kursk, as the southern Russian region where Kyiv launched its surprise counteroffensive in the summer to prepare to take back territory. The weapons are intended to be used primarily in Kursk for now, U.S. officials said, with its huge troop amassment there. Russia is trying to take Kursk off the table as a potential bargaining chip for Ukrainians in any future peace talks, like I told you guys. That's what this is for. In case, because again, I'm sorry if you support Trump and you support Ukraine. It's like, that's, I don't know. But like, Trump has not signaled anything that he's going to let Ukraine continue to defend itself, right? So Ukraine made this move so that way they'd have a piece of Russia in case they're brought to the negotiating table with Trump and Putin in order for Ukraine to cede land to Russia through peace talks. Okay, that's why Ukraine did this. Also, there's strategic resources here too that would have really alleviated, would have really helped Ukraine, like the nuclear power plant up here. But again, the Kursk incursion was not supported how I wish it could. I really wish we would have allowed Ukraine to hit inside Russia when that was like advancing and the Russians were kind of taken off guard. Like that was the window that would have been really like been really great. But you know, here we are. The weapons are intended to be used primarily in Kursk for now, right? So that's when I said limited a little earlier, right? Which it's great that it's going to be used now. It's going to help directly, and if anything, this could now distract the Russians, right? To where they're like, okay, now we need to send reinforcements up here because now Ukraine has ATACMS to use, and all the North Korean cannon fodder that we just brought is getting annihilated. That could lead to what Ukraine is hoping for, which again is routing some of these Russian soldiers here in the east up there and bring them up there and take out and alleviate some of the defenses and defenders that are down here, which have been defending it. The Russians have been gaining some ground, and I'll do a full map update after we talk to some streamers and people that are highly knowledgeable on Ukraine here. But if anything, this could lead to that, right? Because there's increased help on Kursk. Russians are like, oh no, especially inside of Russia, right? This is new. This is like this is a new one now. I feel like every time this happens, like we give Ukraine a new capability, it's like, I mean, we've been covering this for 2 years. It's every single weapon system, is it not? No, Ukraine, you can't do it. 6 months later, unfortunately, this is like a year and a half. Okay, Ukraine, you can go ahead and use it. It's like, dang, dude, why didn't we just right away playing games with Russia? We shouldn't be, because Russia's playing games with us, with the West and Ukraine and everything. It's terrible. We need strong leadership right now. We can't afford weak geopolitical leadership right now. That's why I'm very fearful of what's coming for the United States. But that's neither here nor there. It is almost here, 2 months. But I mean, it's really why I was like hoping for at least a known situation for our geopolitics, because I mean, this is, yeah, everyone's crying for World War III right now. North Korea joined the war months ago. If you're like World War III today, where were you a couple months ago? Where were you then? Sleeping? What were you doing? Watching NFL Red Zone like I was earlier? I feel it, but like, don't be selective with your reactions and say, oh, World War III now, because we're finally letting Ukraine defend itself after we've had one. They still kind of have one hand behind their back still, but that's kind of how Ukraine's been having to fight the war and defend itself, because we have not given Ukraine everything that they can. We have not. Still, if we really were, it'd be like in NATO would be involved, actually, like NATO soldiers, NATO troops. That's what Russia tries to sell in the propaganda, that they're really fighting NATO inside of Ukraine. They're not. It's old NATO equipment from Vietnam, Cold War, 40-year-old equipment. You know, just last year Ukraine was starting to get some like early 2000s equipment, and then some maybe some MRAPs here and there from like the 2010s. But beyond that, nothing like nothing state of the art or like what we have with capabilities, let alone being able to use combined arms and assisting them with that. Like just alone, like air power, closing the sky. We have not done any of that for Ukraine. So it's been cope this whole time. Ukraine's been fighting Russia with hand-me-downs, while we've been telling Ukraine, better watch, you better be careful, Ukraine, better not strike a Russian territory or something. They might invade you, or they might escalate. Right? It's been cucked. I've not liked the position we've had. It needs to be stronger right now. I am very hawkish on this specifically because of Russia's actions. I would not be so hawkish on like aid to Ukraine and helping Ukraine win if Russia was not doing Russia things, but they are. Okay, I'm not just like this. Okay, I'm not just like, damn, I really should have just like this shit out here. No, it's because of what Russia's imperialistic endeavors, what they're doing. It's literally a reaction to that, and it's wild that it gets flipped in reverse, as if the aid to Ukraine is somehow like the aggressor thing. I hate it. It's dumb. It's lack of common sense, lack of reality. The decision to allow the use of the ATACMS, the Army Tactical Missile System, inside of Russia has been under consideration for months. American officials have been divided on the wisdom of allowing the new capabilities. Some have had concerns about escalating the war. Others worry about dwindling stockpiles of the weapons. I mean, with 90% of the money coming back into the United States, you would hope that the stockpiles are getting replenished, right? Because the other fact we do know is that about 90% of the aid that's been approved to Ukraine is coming back home, coming back to the US. So like that, hopefully that's not a problem actually. If that is, like, where is that money being spent on? That's coming back into the US. So a lot of it is production for sure. Artillery production. But long range, if anything, you've seen the significance of how important these long range weapon systems are in combination with the drones. It's like the new combined arms capabilities. Drones, long range weapons. It saves the, like, if Ukraine's on defense, right? It's less Ukrainian soldier lives that they're putting themselves at risk by sending them into the meat grinder, right? Sending Ukrainian soldiers at it. So using those drones in combination with this is going to really, really help them, especially right now. We're going to wait for Dylan Burns should be joining me here shortly, and then I'll keep reading the news for you guys. And I also plan to do a Discord. I always plan to do a Discord call with you guys and get your reactions to it. I really would. We haven't done a call in a while. Tia, thank you so much for the super chat. I've not been on in a hospital with COVID. Oh no. I hope you feel better, Tia. I appreciate that significantly. Guys, we're going to have trolls in the chat today. They're going to be very upset with this news, okay? Russian trolls are turned back on. They were turned off for a little bit, okay? Because the US election came in and they became bots for something else. Elon kind of took them, but now they're like reactivated for a day, okay? So they get paid like 0.02 rubles for every time you engage with one. So remember that. And with the cost of, with how much 1 ruble is worth, they're really like trying to work for crumbs here. They're trying to work for crumbs. Don't even give them a crumb. Literally from the shadows, because they have been nowhere. I've been on all streams, all YouTube, all Ukraine content creators, no Russian trolls. It's been amazing. Now y'all come out. Weird. I wonder why. Yep. Shit me. Now let's get Dylan in here. Get some takes really quick. I do have more news to read, but let's get some instant takes for you guys instead for now. Let me just message him and see if he's ready. I did message Johnny FD too, and then while we're waiting for Dylan, I have a quote from Aiden Aslan, because he's at the front right now. Literally can't see. Literally can't even do a video. I was like, hey, Aiden, can you do a stream? He's like, nope, at the front. Okay. And then, okay, could you like a little selfie video? Like, hey, this is Aiden, reaction to this. And he's like, no, it's too dark. Okay. And so then I asked, okay, what's your written take? Like, what's your written text? What do you have to say? He says, I think it's long overdue and should have been provided much sooner. And I don't think we will see any major changes with over the winter. I don't think so either. like in terms of ground changes, right? And that should be expected. It's wintertime, right? You guys shouldn't be expecting like major Ukrainian counteroffensive right now. This is more so like to help the defenses right now and let Ukraine prepare for any move they're going to make next year. Because even if Trump decides to cut off Ukraine from US aid, that doesn't mean Ukraine's going to stop fighting. That means Ukraine's going to give up, right? And Europe has to step up and help significantly at that point. So we have that, but you know, it's right now it's wintertime. They're not going to be making any moves on the ground to try to like retake, unless there's like localized counterattacks that Ukraine's winning, like we're actually seeing in Toretsk, right? And in New York or Neplivka, right? Maybe some localized counterattacks that Ukraine wins because they're better soldiers, but no major offensives unless they surprise everybody again. I don't know, who knows? Ukraine's already surprised many people in this war. Hasn't been going well lately, but people forget how Ukraine proved everybody wrong to begin with. I don't. 3 days. 3 days to take Ukraine, and here we are in November 17th, 2024. Russian trolls were reactivated. All right, I'm going to keep reading a little bit. I have Dylan ready. He said he had a little safety meeting before, and he has his stream tonight, so I wanted to make sure we get in before he does his stream. So let's keep reading some of the news while I'm waiting for Dylan to join, and then we're going to have Greg Terry join us at 5 o'clock. And then I did message Starsky and a few others if they wanted to join. And then after we do some, after we do the influencers, content creators, I mean, I even messaged Ben Hodges. Fuck it. I go aim high. I sent a message to General Hodges to get his take on it. We'll see if we can get Ben Hodges, and I think that'd be really cool. Probably have to send him an email. Okay, Dylan needs 5 minutes. Perfect. So Russian losses as of November 17th. I think it's supposed to say 1,600 there. 1,600. We got 27 AFVs, 85 vehicles and fuel tanks, 12 tanks, 36 artillery systems, 60 UAVs. We got 2 special equipment, and that is Russian losses as of November 17th. And that's 720,880 troop losses as Russia continues their failed, no matter what, right? No matter what, inside of the information war, right? Was try to dominate your emotions. Okay, that's a big tool of the information war that Russia fights, is to try to dominate your brain and how you feel. Okay, so even though it's been bad times lately, it has, the front line has not been good. It's not like it's been good news. It hasn't. Let's not act like it's also not bad for Russia too. It's worse. The situation for Russia is worse. It's just, and their moves are also showing how bad it is for them. But Russia will only capitalize on these moves, like North Korean troops joining them, if the West is weak. If the United States takes a position of abandoning Ukraine in a couple months, which I really hope that. This is the one thing that I will be so happy if Trump proves me wrong. Oh my God, dude. If Trump proves everyone wrong on this and he's like, I'm going to actually help Ukraine. But man, that's hopium, hopium. But I won't pretend like I won't be happy if that happens, if he continues to help and he doesn't like end it. But just from everything he said and what we're looking at when he takes office in a couple months, that's why this move is significant. That's why everyone is like, dude, thank you, Biden. Finally, thank you, Sleepy Joe, for waking up to make a great decision for once. Like, needed this. Which also, really quick, while we're waiting for Dylan, I think the UK and France also sent their shit too. I think because it's a domino effect. Yeah, France and Britain greenlight Ukraine's use of Storm Shadow missiles now. See? One of them had to. If it wasn't, Britain really wanted to. So did France. For some reason, Britain couldn't lead the way on this one. I think they couldn't. They tried to. They wanted to. That's the energy I was through reading the news and reacting to it. Britain and France both wanted to give Ukraine permissions to do this a long time ago. I think it was the United States that was holding them back because literally the same day Biden says we can, UK and France green light. They've been waiting to. They wanted to. France and Britain have allowed Ukraine to strike deep within Russian territory using their Scalp and Storm Shadow missiles. This decision was made following approval from the United States, following the approval from U.S. President Joe Biden's administration for long-range strikes on the Russian Federation. France and Britain have also authorized the use of their weapons by Ukraine. As a result, the Ukrainian armed forces can now carry out strikes deep within Russian territory, not only using ATACMS, but also Scalp and Storm Shadow missiles. That is huge, right? If anything, listen, this is huge because now our allies don't have to. I mean, now they can help Ukraine how they want to for some, because they're cucked to us. Apparently, they're cucked to the United States. So we had to give the approval. Biden gave the approval for our own, which now France and the UK are like, bet, all right, we're gonna let Ukraine. And I'm hoping, in their governments, they're aware of the upcoming situation for the United States. And they're like, now this is the time that we can step up some more help through. This is a route that we can do this because they've wanted to. The UK and France have both wanted to help Ukraine in this regard for a while now. Unfortunately, it's been the US that's been holding it back, seemingly. U.S. approval for long-range strikes. Earlier today, Western media reported Biden administration has decided to allow Ukraine to use American-provided weapons for strikes on the Russian territory. For months, Ukraine has been for a year. Years now. It's been years now. Holy cow. Probably, I think it was immediately. We had smart chatters that were bringing up ways to help Ukraine. And ATACMS was put in the chat, like, I think week 2, week 3. They're like, hey, well, why don't we have some ATACMS we can give to Ukraine to start striking some of these Russians that are coming in from the border regions, because that's when Russia was still occupying parts of Kyiv, the Kyiv Oblast, rather, and Chernihiv. So we had some chatters that were suggesting ATACMS like really quick. So it's been a while. For months, Ukraine is okay. However, just 2 months before Donald Trump's inauguration, Biden made the decision to support Ukraine's request. Good on Biden, though. I'm not going to take it away. Yes, it's late, but better late than never in this situation. For real. This is a better late than never one, but also with the caveat that it should have already happened. Definitely. Both are valid. Both are valid. It is worth noting that this week, Ukrainian Foreign Ministry Andriy Sybiha held a conversation with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, which the issue of permission for long-range strikes was discussed. Following the meeting, Sybiha mentioned that there is cautious optimism regarding the decision. RBC reported Ukraine may strike Russian targets with ATACMS. I'm worried, if anything, this should be, ATACMS are going to be great, but I think this is going to be a good move for the Storm Shadows in the UK. Let's not forget that as soon as Ukraine got these long-range missile systems that they've only been able to use inside their own territory, and let's not forget as soon as Ukraine got the Storm Shadows and the approval came through for those, what happened? Let me show you. I have it on my short still. But the Black Sea Fleet, did it get? Oh no, it got. Oh, here it is. Black Sea Fleet headquarters. Oops. Okay. Thank you to Johnny.
In the town of Munograd and
Johnny Miller, what was his name? Our agent that was there. Okay, where am I calling you? Right here's fine. Incredible. There he is.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Oh, we can hear you, Dylan. This is Dylan Burns, you guys, independent journalist on the ground in Kyiv.
1 2 1 2.
Are you doing camera now? We can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? We can hear Dylan. Right? You guys can hear Dylan, right, chat? Hello,
Check
Dylan.
my mic.
Yeah, we can hear him though.
No, it looks good.
Yeah, we can hear you. Here's his YouTube. Let me pull up his Twitter, you guys, so you can see his posts. He's a streamer too, but he's biggest on Twitter. We can hear him.
I cannot hear you, Merc.
You can't hear
I do
me.
not know why.
You can't hear me.
I'll hang up and then we'll try it again.
Okay. This is weird. You can see my. Yeah, you can. Let me hang up too. Discord's fun. There we go. There we go. Let me turn on my camera too. Okay. There we
Hello,
go.
hello.
Hello,
Can you hear
hello.
me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Hello?
it looks like you're deafened.
I'm deafened. Why am I deafened?
1 sec. There we go. Okay, I
Hello.
fixed it.
Testing.
I fixed it.
Let's
I can hear you now.
go. Let's go. Are you going camera
Sorry
now?
about that. Yes, let me get on camera. I look like I'm in a sea of red though.
Awesome.
1 second.
Final.
Oh no, there we go. I fixed it. Nope, actually that's
You're gonna have the essence of Dark Brandon around you.
Absolutely. This is Biden's last ride.
the last act of Biden, of Brandon.
Yes.
There he is. All right,
The final
Dylan.
chapter.
All right, Dylan. So
How you doing, man?
I'm doing wonderful, amazing. Finally, some good news to react to after some L's. It seemingly. Tell us
The beatdown.
Yeah, the beatdown. What is your take on allowing Ukraine to finally use these ATACMS inside Russian territory?
You know, I'm happy about it. It's a good decision. Let's start with that. I think it's going to help for the Battle of Kursk. I don't know how much, but this allows them to hit ammunition storage facilities, which could be supplying troops in the area. It could allow them to hold troop buildups that are happening in the area that are further back. Let's say barracks where troops are sleeping, where they're outside of the range of Ukraine's current systems. It could allow them to hit the air bases that are still within range. But that part out there about still being in range is really important because the Russians have already pulled back the vast majority of the air power that would have been in range had the Biden administration made the decision much earlier. Air bases that have struck Ukrainian cities, air bases that have been used to progress Russian offensives to capture Ukrainian cities and villages. And, while I'm really excited about this, I see a sentiment online, and I kind of somewhat reflect the sentiment of just wondering, once we see in a few days that World War III has not broken out, once we see in a few days that the fear of extreme escalation has not been reciprocated because the Russians don't have a lot of wiggle room to do it unless they want to take gigantic risks that I don't believe they're willing to take. What is going to be on the minds of those who have held back this decision for so long? Are those that have prattled on about this in the ear of the president, or maybe the president's own reflections, whatever you lean more into? Will they be saying, oh my gosh, we should have made this decision sooner? Will they understand the weight of what could have been done if this decision was done sooner and the possible lives it could have saved as we're seeing the largest drones and missile attacks on Ukraine as of right now? So, I mean, those have been going on for like the entirety of the war, and it just leaves me a little bitter about that. So it's a kind of a bittersweet moment for a lot of people, me included.
Why do you think that people on the internet or obvious propagandists choose to focus when we aid Ukraine properly, finally, but they ignore the North Koreans joining the war, for example, or like the clear move to have North Korea become more positioned in Russian security apparatus or whatever? Why do you think this is?
I mean, I think there's two ways to look at it. There's a good faith interpretation and a bad faith interpretation. The bad faith interpretation is they never supported Ukraine to begin with, and so they're hyping up a threat that doesn't exist, but is in favor of like stopping aid, which they don't want to do because they're isolationists, because they support the Russians, because they think Ukraine is too gay or liberal, or it's too it's not serving the anti-imperialist core of anti-Americanism, whatever the fringe viewpoint is, isolationist viewpoint. And let me just say, while a lot of things are fringe, isolationism right now in the United States, it's not fringe. There's the bad faith interpretation, because if you go over to the Middle East and you talk about, Israeli strikes against Iranian assets, if you talk about the possibility of Israel striking a lot of bases in Iran, a good chunk of those people, not necessarily all of them, but a good chunk of those people do change their mind about the possibility of the escalation of nuclear war. I understand the assets are different, but the way they talk about escalation from conflict to conflict, and particularly on the Russian side of the war, mind you, when people talk about escalation, it's in a very childish way of either talking about it only when we do it, and so that you're not showing the full picture, or, and this gets into my second person, to somebody who could be doing it out of good faith, They don't understand that escalation is not like a one-way game if you just stop it by doing nothing. And the less you do, the less escalatory you are. Because there is scenarios where the Russians escalate in a way, say by getting another country to add their troops into the war and having, them invade, so adding new invasions into Ukraine, say a North Korean army, perhaps. And then that's not reciprocated in any way, that's not responded to in any way. That could lead them to think, oh, this is a gap in their defenses. Diplomatically, or for whatever reason, they're not willing to respond to this. Let's see if we can lean on this. And then you threaten not only escalation, but you threaten giving the Russians escalation dominance.
Things that we don't, and things that are not good for our own security inside the United States, are things that most Americans would certainly view as bad, maybe.
No, I mean, look, geopolitics, especially in the atomic era, but in any era where mass armies could bring death, it takes steely resolve to work diplomatically. It takes steely resolve to work in foreign policy, and you cannot be like a child anytime there is a foreign policy engagement where there's an increase in support here, there's a new red line drawn there, or something, there's a new aid here, new aid there. Every single action, people acted like children online. They started whining, they started crying, and every single time anything happened, there was a call of World War III. And every single time, those people were proven wrong. And it's not that there's no threat of escalation, it's that the way they talk about it is hyperbolic in order to get attention, or in order to build up the size of the threat in people's minds, which leads to fear mongering. And I'm just hoping that after, with the long range strike, originally given the ATACMS, that was something that people said could lead to World War III. The strikes on Crimea, we're talking about something that could lead to World War III. And Elon Musk stopped those drones from hitting Crimea out of that threat. So it doesn't just have impact on the Biden administration, it has impact on other people who have supported Ukraine, like Elon in the past. And so it's there. I think this threat is useful to the Russians, and the idea that it can limit the Americans either gaining escalation dominance or just stopping them from escalating or increasing support altogether.
Now, what are the soldiers on the ground saying? Because while you do streams, you're also an independent journalist, and you embed yourself with units, and you cover on the ground frontline journalism. So how are the soldiers feeling? I know this is a much anticipated decision that I think everyone's been waiting for. How are they feeling? What have they been saying?
It just happened, and a lot of people are asleep. But for the little bit of rumblings I am hearing, it's positive. They're happy about it, but it's like I said before, it feels bittersweet, because at the end of it, it's going to be the same question, like, oh great, if it helps in some way, why didn't we do this a year ago? Why didn't we do this a year and a half ago? How could this have, helped during the battle to protect Volchansk? Would Volchansk still be in the state it is? How could that have affected other battles? And then there's also the question I heard, and it's a real concern, of course, and this is the biggest concern, and will continue to be the biggest concern, is of supply. Because if you increase their range, I mean, you could say you can hit everything up to Vladivostok if you want, but if you only have 10 ATACMS or 20 ATACMS, how much damage can you really do?
What is that looking like for them out there? Do they have enough artillery? Because you've been with demining units and artillery units.
Yeah, I just got back from about a week ago. I was filming with the 68th. I'm heading out again tomorrow, this weekend. We're going to film down south. Just leave it at that. The last conversation I had with artillery units about supply seemed to be much more positive than it was back in March and April. The disparity has shrunk. And I would say, in fact, it shrunk quite significantly. Where before, during the worst parts, I was hearing on some parts of the front of reported from soldiers, of course, and I'm not talking to the commanders that have the actual numbers, but them saying it feels like a 14 to 15 shot difference when I was working with certain grad crews. And it really, that shell disparity had a big impact on the Battle of Avdiivka, had a big impact on other battles in the Donetsk region. And it manifested in Ukraine losing territory, and not only just any territory, but very defensible territory. Avdiivka was a fortress that stood for basically the entirety of the war in the Donbass after the Ukrainians reclaimed it. And it had been built up, and there was a lot of pride there as well. And so, that drop in aid from the West due to partisan gridlock had an impact. But that depths of I guess you could say supply despair have been in large part alleviated. And now I'm hearing about disparities of 1 to 3. which is not, great. It's not fantastic, but it is out of the deep hole that had been dug. And so that's progress. But of course, if they want to block the Russian advance that is still advancing, where they're throwing people on motorcycles, throwing people on dune buggies, overwhelming up all the positions, trying to do that at the same time, and they'll lose a lot of men. But if they find that weak point, because you got some TDF guys that were not really ready for this, and they're not the 33rd, they're not the 68th, they're not the 47th, whatever, and they are put under pressure and they just can't deal with it, and they find that weak point, they punch through, and then they flood it and try to expand the breakthrough. And so far those breakthroughs have been tactical in the region, but the risk, if they're pushing Zaporizhia, as we're hearing rumors about, we already know they're pushing in Kursk very, very hard right now. They're pushing near Kupiansk, and the Oskil River has basically been reached, and they're going to start pushing deeper into Kupiansk. In fact, a few days ago, they even reached Kupiansk itself. The Ukrainians reportedly pushed them out, but the fact that they've gotten that deep is a warning sign. It's something that should set off alarm bells. But so, of course, if we're back to the bad position we were at before, that's still better than the really bad position we were in April. But of course, the artillery disparity is still there.
Is there anything that Biden can do in addition to allowing Ukraine to use these ATACMS in the next 2 months before Trump retakes office?
I mean, the question is going to be about giving them supply now, front-loading supply from wherever they can scrape it out of, because once Trump is in office, I don't know how likely it is going to be that he is going to continue this flow. I think it's probably unlikely, but it all depends on how negotiations go, because as Russian state media called him, and I don't agree with Russian state media often, they called him an unguided missile. You don't exactly know where he's going to end up. And I believe the Ukrainians needed certainty in their defense planning, so they can, I know how much ammunition I'm going to get at this day, so I can plan this offensive, so I don't just have to stay here or reserve my shells when there's this big attack because I don't know where the next shell is going to come from. Giving them that some level of operational clarity when it comes to supply. That's a big reason why I was not a big Trump guy. There's many reasons why I'm not a big Trump guy, but that was one among many foreign policy reasons I'm not a big Trump guy, is this lack of, I think, ideological coherence and just unpredictability on the foreign policy stage, which some people like the madman theory, but the problem is you're actually, a sporadic man that makes decisions on the go. That's not necessarily just intimidating your enemies. It's also confusing your allies. And this, so of course, there's that risk that he could reverse, or Putin comes forward and he offers a really, really bad deal, or Putin refuses negotiations because he really needs to take back Kursk. It's a balance between how much Trump would be willing to give before hurting himself politically because he doesn't want his first Afghanistan. So, I mean, I kind of slid over into Trump talk, but it's kind of hard not to think about it.
It's hard not. I feel it every single day. All right, what are some projects that you have working on? I know you got to get ready for your stream here pretty quick, so I don't want to take you.
Oh no, dude, I'm not streaming tonight. It's Sunday, man.
Oh wow,
I don't stream on Sundays.
Yes,
and plus, I'm headed out tomorrow. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Well, I'm gonna be filming down south. Good talk.
Good enough.
I don't. I'm not gonna tell you.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
filming down south.
It's gonna be close enough to the Russians. Filming interviews with people who have been war crimed by the Russians and targeted by the Russians, trying to gather testimony and seeing what's going on down south, because the reports from down south have been pretty bad.
Very important work. And then we had talked, you have like a fundraiser maybe coming up that we're working on, or it's in the works, or?
Yeah, me and Kraut have been talking about doing some fundraiser possibly in the near future. We're just trying to gather people for it now. We're thinking either early December to mid-December. We're thinking possibly doing something around excavators. If it's not excavators, we're sure we could find something else. But obviously right now the situation in Ukraine diplomatically is very uncertain, and it feels like we're in the middle of a coin flip, and we're waiting to see where that coin's going to land. And we can do our best to try to increase the odds that it lands one way through decisions like this, through gaining leverage and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the coin is still flipping. And we know if Trump is really set in stone that he wants to make a decision because he's got Tulsi Gabbard, Matt Gaetz, and a bunch of other interesting knuckle draggers whispering in his ear, you just don't know. And it's very uncertain right now. But no matter what, these are things that can be done to support Ukraine, that can be done to no matter what is a certainty that if you fundraise this money or help, support Ukraine either by donating to UA Animals, donating to Save Ukraine, which is, helping to evacuate Ukrainian children from, and this is a question that is, I don't see discussed at all when we talk about deal making. What's going to happen to the kids that have been kidnapped? If the Russians are set in Russification, and they don't want to give up these kids, possibly because of the testimony that could be talked about, or because they see it as part of and parcel of their policy to Russify occupied territory, and therefore they have to continue to do that. That has been something I haven't heard at all talked about in negotiations. And so, in order for those kids, donate to Save Ukraine. Or if you've already done all that and given to everybody else in existence in this country, you could also go to dylanburns.tv and help me fundraise or donate to help me do my war journalism stuff, so I can pay fixers, translators, and have some gasoline, because the gasoline it kills you.
And how can people follow you? So you just dropped one, but tell the viewers how they can follow you and follow your work.
Sure. Dylan Burns TV on YouTube. I released a video about 8 days ago, or I think 7 days ago, called Up Close and Personal with Ukrainian Mortarmen. It's a 40-minute video over 2 night missions on the Ellipse axis as they deal with drone threats and have to set up their drone and night missions. We talk about thermal imaging, the different roles of mortarmen. They talk about their complaints with military police and the divisions in Ukrainian society, treatment upon going home, and the distance you can feel with others who just don't realize exactly what the front line is like. A lot of really interesting stuff. That's why it's up close and personal, after all. So people can go check that out on Dylan Burns TV. You can also follow me on Twitter, Dylan Burns 1776, Instagram, Dylan Burns TV. I post pictures of the war there, or Dylan Burns Live if you want to hear me ramble like this on the daily. Weekdays at 6 p.m. EST.
Absolutely. We're going to talk next week because I really want to hear how excited you are about Vivek Ramaswamy actually being in the government, or a concept of a
look here, I gotta tell you
your favorite
on Vivek. I'm just happy he's not press secretary or press officer or something where I was gonna have to listen to every report from the government through Vivek's smarmy face. No, look, if there's 2 ways I think about the Doge thing, the Doge government organization. Which is going to be, I think it's going to be folded into the Department of Big Chungus and like IHAS cheese or whatever. Okay, look, there's a risk that this becomes an actual influential kind of think tank where where Elon's just kind of rapid firing different deregulation policies to help him or his friends or whatever he thinks is the ideological fervor that takes him on Twitter, grabs him on the daily. Or it's the F-off appointment. Yeah. And Donald Trump thinks Elon is annoying and he doesn't want to put him in the government. And so they're making a fake little meme thing for him so he can go around and be like, I got Doge. And it's Trump already annoyed deeply with him, but still wants his money.
Vivek said, if you have an odd number in your social security number, you're gone. I'm like, what? All right, we'll talk about that next week, though. Lots to talk about because I'm sure there'll be more. And I'll get your take on all of what's happening in the American government this coming week. It's Sunday, so tomorrow and when you get back from your when are you going to be streaming again?
I mean, I might be streaming while I'm out there too, depending on if I have the energy or not, because the bills are always there. But I'll be back late that week.
All right,
so late next week.
Cool, sounds good. We'll chat then.
Okay, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Stay safe.
Yep. All right, Dylan Burns from Dylan Burns TV, getting ready to go back out and get embedded. I see Brandon Mitchell in the chat. I just messaged him. There's Dylan's Twitter. Quick as I reset some of my stuff. I'll go back. Yeah, this needs to go back here. All right, here's Dylan Burns' Twitter. There he is, and also his YouTube channel. Brandon's on his way somewhere, and I was like, hey, you want to come on the stream and give your take? We're waiting for Greg Terry as well, but here's Dylan's YouTube channel, Dylan Burns Live, but then there's also Dylan Burns TV. His live channel, and then his main channel, which is bigger, somehow gets pushed down. Dylan, your live channel is favored more than your TV channel. I have to really search for this thing. Thank you, Dylan, for coming on and joining us. If you're just joining the stream, big news confirmed. Biden authorizes Ukraine to use long-range U.S. weapons inside of Russia. And Joe Biden authorized Ukraine to use powerful long-range American weapons inside Russia, according to 2 U.S. officials familiar with the decision, as North Korean troops deploy in support of Moscow's effort. This decision comes as Moscow has deployed nearly 50,000 troops to Kursk, along with North Koreans, the southern Russian region where Kyiv launched its surprise counteroffensive in the summer to prepare to take back territory. The weapons are intended to be used primarily in Kursk for now, the U.S. official said. With its huge troop amassment there, Russia is trying to take Kursk off the table as a potential bargaining chip for Ukraine's future peace talks, if Trump makes them do so or tries to, pending Europe stepping in, preventing it. For something the U.S. does not want to see, at least the current U.S. does not want to see. The idea is to help Ukraine hold on to Kursk for as long as possible, the official said. Thousands of North Korean troops have deployed to Kursk as part of Russia's offensive, sparking concern from Biden and his advisors that their entry could lead to a dangerous new phase within the war. And let's go here to YouTube. I'm waiting for Greg. And I think another one. Another streamer to join us. Do we have Zelensky's reaction too? Let me know in the chat where you guys are all watching from tonight on the stream. Here we go. So here's President Zelensky and his take. Dear Ukrainians, today marked one of the largest and most dangerous Russian attacks in the entire war. 210 drones and missiles launched simultaneously, including hypersonic and aeroballistic missiles. Fortunately, most of the targets were intercepted. Russia aimed for the energy and critical infrastructure. And this is the answer to all those who wanted to achieve something with Putin through conversations, phone calls, hugs, appeasement. Zelensky's not holding back here with vibes. Hey, let's manifest peace with Putin. Hey, we'll just pray for it, I guess. What's appeasement? Today, this dove of peace sent us yet another barrage of Kinzhal and Kaliber missiles. That's his diplomacy. His language is treachery. For nearly 1,000 days now, Russia has been doing the same thing, and we must defend ourselves against it. Time should be invested not in talking to someone in Moscow, but really forcing Russia to end the war. I am grateful to all our air defense forces, the Air Force, mobile fire groups, and everyone who makes it possible for Ukraine to shoot down all this Russian evil. Once again, Patriot systems defended and performed brilliantly today. The F-16s also showed their worth, intercepting missiles. Special thanks to all our partners who help us with air defense systems and missiles. This is truly a global effort. Every time such Russian strikes take place, we see how important it is that our partners do not leave Patriots and other systems, but transfer them directly to those people who can protect lives and need them. We still haven't received all of the systems we need from our partners, but we're continuing to work on that. Once we have everything we need, repelling these attacks will be even more, comprehensive. Restoration work is underway in 4 regions. This morning, over 1 million households are without electricity. That number is now significantly lower. Thank you to all the repair crews. The work will continue around the clock. Unfortunately, today's Russian attack caused injuries in the Lviv region, in Kyiv, in the Poltava, Dnipropetrovsk, Odessa, and Zaporizhia regions. Everyone has received the necessary assistance. Tragically, there are also fatalities. My condolences to all the families and loved ones. We will definitely respond to the occupier, and we must withstand the pressure now and any pressure any strikes, so that next year we can achieve our goal, that we achieve peace. And one more thing, the plan to strengthen Ukraine is the victory plan, which I presented to our partners. One of its key points is long-range capabilities for our army. Today, there's a lot of talk in the media about us receiving permission for respective actions. But strikes are not carried without words. Such things are not announced. Missiles will speak for themselves. They certainly will. All right, that's President Zelensky. Trying to get Brandon on. Yeah, I can't join directly through the YouTube. It's got to be like a video call. So like Discord is one of the best ways to do so. Here's what Zelensky was referring to. The morning began with one of the largest Russian strikes on Ukraine, 210 missiles and drones, including air ballistic and hypersonic missiles, as well as dozens of Shahed drones were launched. All of them targeted civilian infrastructure, critical facilities like power plants and transformers. Here's what that looked like. So, I mean, in response to one of the largest attacks, too, I mean, it was something Biden needed to do. Hey, hello, Zircon. Thank you so much, Zircon. If you guys could also hit that like button and subscribe to help the channel grow. Make sure the channel can grow over here on Mercado Media. I do breaking news, but I'm very knowledgeable on Ukraine. I've been covering it specifically for 2 years now. Been there 5 times in the past year. Delivering aid and journalism on the ground.
We begin with some breaking news coming in on the war in Ukraine. According to multiple media reports, U.S. President Joe Biden has authorized Ukraine to use U.S.-supplied long-range missiles for strikes deep inside Russia. This major policy shift comes after months of requests by Ukraine and just 2 months before President-elect Donald Trump takes office. Trump has criticized Biden's strong support for Ukraine. Well, for more, we're joined now by DW reporter Stefan Simons in Washington, D.C., and Namisha Jaiswal should be standing by for us in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. So according to media reports, as I just mentioned, Joe Biden is apparently going to allow Ukraine to launch attacks using these longer-range weapons supplied by the United States. Why are we seeing this policy shift now? Stefan, maybe we can begin with you.
Well, sure. Well, that's a very good question. I don't have an answer for you, not a concrete answer. What I mean by this is there is no confirmation even that this is happening and that the Biden administration has shifted long-standing policy on Ukraine in its fight against Russia by allowing U.S. weaponry used to be deep into the country, into Russia, up to those rockets, what they're talking about, what we're talking about, they are reaching 306 kilometers into Russian territory. That's quite a bit. So there is no statement from the White House, no comment, nothing from the State Department as of now. This will maybe change soon, later, who knows? But it is quite, of course, quite a change, a very significant change of long-standing policy of the United States. The Biden administration was pushed and pressured oftentimes to allow this to happen, to allow the Ukrainians to use the American weaponry, which is able to reach far, hundreds of miles and kilometers into Russian territory, and that was always declined. Now, apparently, a shift in this policy, and this just a few weeks before, well, maybe not even 2 months before a new administration takes over, that of President-elect Donald Trump.
Well, Stefan, you just mentioned it. It's just about 9 weeks.
Which is also very important. Like we've been mentioning, like Dylan said, like I said, you know, it got limited time before Trump takes office and the unknown. In the background, while this is playing, I'm getting video calling for Brandon ready. And
Joe Biden is going to be out of his job as president. Is it likely that President-elect Trump will simply undo this policy as soon as he takes office?
I mean, he can for the United States, but can't roll it back for UK and Britain now. Hey, Janice, thank you for the 5 gifteds.
That would make me speculate. I can tell you with some confidence that President-elect Trump has already promised to undo a trove of measures of the Biden administration via executive orders on his first day, second day, first week in power. If this will be also part of the undoing of the Biden administration's policies and political agendas implemented over the last 4 years internationally or here in the country, that remains to be seen. It is absolutely possible. Now, what is the closest thought of what the motivation is for the Biden administration to allow this now? It is actually mentioned quite a bit by observers or experts that the Biden administration is really concerned about those North Korean troops now on the battlefield and being a few thousand of them still in training, but being brought to the front lines, supporting Russian troops in their fight against Russia. And maybe that has triggered the permission or this policy change of the Biden administration. Also, a reason would be and could be, but again, this is speculating and listening to a few other voices, expert voices, though. It is the massive drone attacks Ukraine has faced in the last few weeks, days, just today with the massive drone strikes on the Ukraine by the Russians. Those drones are not launched right at the border, close to the border. They are more launched inland in Russia. And maybe this is now a chance, with the permission by the U.S. administration, to use those U.S. weapons to target those drone batteries first.
All right, so let's get Brandon Mitchell. He's driving right now, but let me give him a call. See how this is gonna work. Yes, microphone. I gotta deactivate this chat now. This is different. This is WhatsApp app. Oh, we're on the phone. We are on the phone. No problem. Okay, You're talking to an American. I'm trying to get the audio here for you. Okay, now 110, huh? Yeah, what is this coming out?
All right, now I got.
It's like I can hear you, but the chat can't. So I'm trying to figure out how to fix that. Okay, now talk.
I can talk now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Chat, can you guys hear Brandon now? Let me put my camera's not working. I'm gonna put my camera back on here. You've seen me before. You know what I look like.
I know how ugly you are.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So
You've got a great hairline.
Oh, appreciate that. So guys, this is Brandon Mitchell from you know Brandon Mitchell on YouTube. You guys watched him do some awesome things in Donbass and save people and be cool. How are you feeling? Well, what are you doing? Or what are you?
I'm driving to Kiev right now.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I had a lovely day with my friend Dimitri, and we dropped off some eco flows to my old colleagues in 35 Brigade, and yeah, got to get to Kiev and got to go get some welding gear. That's a new thing for me. To someone else.
Wow.
So yeah, MIG welders, if you know anything about those. And yeah, I'm learning new things that I never knew. Well, I knew existed, but I didn't know why I needed to know them before, if that makes sense.
Right.
Probably the same with your audience. You know what I mean? Who the hell knew what a tourniquet was?
Exactly.
Some American babushka, and everyone knows now. 16-year-old girls know what a tourniquet is.
Literally, you kind of taught a lot of the world what tactical combat casualty care is.
Correct.
So how have you been? Like, how have you just been feeling in general? Like, I mean, you sound like you're good, you're active and busy.
Well, I've just had a nap for 2 hours. We're driving Kojo. I've just had a coffee. You've got me at peak caffeine. I'm okay. I'm trying my best. You know, I've got a few health problems, but overall things are okay right now. You know, I got a surgery coming up in 2 weeks here in Kiev, one of my shoulders, so I'm going to be the bionic man.
Let's go.
Yeah, they treat me really good here.
I'm glad, and any support, of course, you need during that time. You know, lean on the support community. Of course, you know, even just talking to your YouTube is great. I'd love to watch your beautiful face in a live stream sometime. Just hit the button and see what happens.
I just pop in on yours to troll. That's all I do, and that's how I show my love. You know, I'm just showing the same love language I learned from my father. You know, there's nothing wrong with me. Yeah. We should talk about something serious, probably.
Oh,
too.
sure.
But,
I mean, you're just
it's
driving.
Good for people to know.
You're only driving
the
to
love is
Kyiv.
there. The love is genuine.
It is, but you're only driving to Kyiv, delivering. I mean, doing important things. You're like, let's talk about important things.
It's important in my world. You know what I mean? Because if you're going to do something, try to do it as good as you can.
Exactly. So tell us, how are you feeling about the breaking news? Honest reaction.
Well, number one, I'd like to say I don't know shit. But I think it's a really good thing. I think it's a fantastic thing, and I would actually like to read an article tomorrow. And so I don't read the news, right? And the thing is, everything's too reactionary. Governments are too reactionary now that there's social media. Everybody wants to get the drop first. But when I do read something, I'm giving you a long answer. I like to read okay, so I've been a subscriber to The Economist since I was in university. But that only comes out every Friday. And if there's something important that happened on a Monday or the previous weekend, that article doesn't go through the editor till Wednesday, Thursday. It's had some time to mature and digest.
Right.
Agreed?
Agreed.
You know, it's not, I like that. That works well for me. And I'm going to need to know more about this. But the biggest thing, so I was an active combatant in this war. But I'm humble enough to say I don't know shit about COBs or FABs. I know about one that hit near me once and cracked the wall of my house, but I don't know about it like people who've constantly survived and lived FABs and COBs in Donbass and elsewhere, and they've lived to tell the tale for 6 months. They've done something right. So I'm not an expert, but if something can be done with the ATACMS that can reduce the amount of FABs and COBs, we can't do shit about FPVs. What are they going to find? Are they making these in Belgorod like 1,000 a day? I highly doubt that. Okay, but if something can be done about FABs and COBs, there's an actual chance to stabilize the line, because it's crumbling in Donbass. It was really tricky today, you know, to drive from Kramatorsk to about 15-20 kilometers from Kharkiv, and you really had to really had to take the long way around. Like, don't edge around Pokrovsk. Do you know what I mean? Like, FPV series, don't screw with it, and so just take the slow and safe way. That's our biggest problem. Their FPVs outnumber our FPVs. That's a fact. But if something can be done about FABs and COBs, there's a chance to stabilize the line and at least present something to the Trump government.
Right.
Some sort of strength, some sort of holding your own, because that's a serious hope. How many ATACMS do they have? I don't know. Have you got a hotline to Joe Biden? Does Joe Biden even know? Does he even know where he is? You know? Somebody other than Joe Biden's running the show there, and that's good for everyone's sake. All respect to Joe Biden, but yeah, he is happy. He is happy. It's like seniors discount on prime rib. They're all over that. God, no, but I don't know how many ATACMS are there. I don't even know the range, because I know they're dependent on what round they're using. There's significant differences in the range by like a couple hundred kilometers even.
Yeah, significant.
If you can just push those back, that would be a great gift for Christmas. If they could significantly reduce COBs and FABs.
I agree. And also, it's the UK and France are allowing Ukraine to use their long-range missiles too. So it's not just the ATACMS, but now the other countries. But I feel like the UK and France have been wanting to give Ukraine this permission, and the US for some reason has been holding it back.
Well, it's much more relevant to them. I mean, don't shoot me here, but I'm going to quote Jake Bro, okay? Because I'm sweet with everybody. I think I am.
Super sweet.
But he really recommended that I read this book about America. He's read it twice. Basically, how America can't fail because of its geography and its splendid isolationism. European governments, there's always been a more this is a more pressing issue.
Right.
And if this war is to end on unfavorable terms, I think it's in everybody's best interest. Like maybe it's a game of poker now, you know, like nobody wants to do anything crazy, but maybe also they feel they have a little bit more of a free hand because we're on the end of the Democrats.
Yep.
So that's kind of, I don't know, that's like World Series of Poker, baby. You know what I mean? Between Stammer, Macron, what they're doing there. Mr. Schultz, Olaf Schultz, he's on his way out, most likely. But maybe they just want as many dead Peters as possible before Trump magically ends the war in 24 hours. I mean, dead Peters is good, right?
Yeah. No one's gonna be upset about that fact.
No one's going to be upset about that. I mean, for our guys too, you know, Buryats are worth nothing. You know what I mean? It's Russians you need for the. I just heard that as a rumor, by the way. Like I don't. You know, I haven't got a line to Budanov, but apparently for the prisoner change, those Buryats ain't worth shit.
How is all that going? Like, are you able to? Have you been working in medical at all? Still, are you just kind of on the?
I'm not doing anything interesting now. I just fundraise for what I do. Well, it's interesting. I'm passionate about it. But I just like right now I'm really pushing for EcoFlows because I've got a good heavily discounted supply, so that makes sense. It's going very well. That's my whole effort for the next couple of months. I've been getting civilian qualifications with the British NHS. I did some stuff with the Danish Army with the combat medic training. I did have a teaching gig in the Baltics with some of the NATO soldiers. That went on for a couple of months. That was really educational for me as the instructor, actually. Yeah, that's the extent. As far as the real shit, no. I've got surgery coming up. I've got a few health things of my own to deal with, and in my family. Realistically, I'm probably not going back to work till at least February.
So you can have time to recover from your surgery and other things. That makes sense.
It's an AC joint surgery. I had the other shoulder done years ago because I'm an old man compared to you. You know that.
Yeah, true.
So this one, yeah. Thank you very much.
You look about like 10 years younger than me though, when we're next to each other.
Well, that's true, but I stopped being hard on myself about 13 years ago. You know.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, I just keep it together with coffee and cigarettes these days.
Maybe it's a plan that I need to work on myself.
You should start smoking. That's your problem.
I know. I quit smoking. That's the problem. As I was, and then I quit.
I mean, look at that guy, Ryan Macbeth. I only found him a few months ago. I just think he's so fat and jolly and happy. He's keeping it together on whiskey and cigars. You know.
He's doing great. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Cher did Botox. Ryan Macbeth's on whiskey and cigars. I think he's fantastic.
I agree. I love Ryan Macbeth. Ryan Macbeth does great work. How can people support your work now, right? So you talk about what you're doing personally, but you also do have some social media to help you keep the thing going, right? So how can people support that?
YouTube. I'm pretty big on YouTube. Well, no, I'm not big on YouTube. I have a nice little channel on YouTube. My Instagram. Everybody keeps harassing me to get this blue sky, so I got that today, and I'm at 53 followers. How many are you on now?
A little 1,000 right now.
But I decided to hedge my bets. I finally downloaded the cancer that is Twitter.
Ah, so you have both. Yin and yang.
I'm gonna go all the way, and I'm just gonna upload all the pictures for all my deliveries and handovers, and maybe I'll revamp some old war porn content, because all my war porn is mine. You know, it's not a guy in Gore Legion who took a cracking video and
literally.
Anyway, yeah, it's mine, and so are my toilet reviews. The Donbass toilet reviews.
I think that's how you should start your blue sky, is the toilet reviews first, and build a following doing that, and then just like, then you show them Donbass taxi out of nowhere. Like, they think you're some like toilet review guy, and then boom, Donbass taxi POV.
Shit, you know what? I blew it. Now I did a post today with 2 EcoFlow deliveries to 35 Brigade. I should have done a toilet review. Listen, this is kind of my mantra. Nobody knows better than themselves. Do you remember, I'm not a troll, but do you remember somebody who said they're an expert of their own opinion?
Yeah, I remember that person.
God, how many points did your IQ go down after that?
I felt like I stay on the 5th story of my apartment building, and maybe jumping off the deck was a better idea after that.
Oh my God. But my point being, I've always kind of believed in attraction, not promotion. You know, like if somebody's happy supporting someone else or some other effort, regardless of what I think of anybody, because I don't really know, and that's just the same as everyone on the internet. You do your own research. You go with your intuition. The only thing I would say, look for steak, not sizzle. What they show, not what they talk about. I try to be meticulous about documenting what we raise for. But if you want to support me, please, I'll take it. If you want to support a NAFO truck with you, that's fantastic. But also, yeah, please support me. But at the same time, if you're passionate about FPVs, I'm not the guy. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're passionate about, you want to support TACMed, Quartermaster for Ukraine, that I deal with. They're from Sweden. You can find them on Instagram. That's one of the best I have seen. To be honest, with FPVs, the most sophisticated FPV house I've seen is a guy named Richard Woodruff from the UK. He's in West Ukraine. It's the most sophisticated I've seen. If you want to buy EcoFlows and you want to buy Mavic components to repair Mavics, give me your money. But the most important, people will do whatever they want, but so many people have supported Ukraine for so long. If you're passionate about medical, then stick with that, because then you're going to support longer, and you're going to educate yourself more as a layman, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense.
I am a medic, but the best medicine is blowing Peter's heads off. So that's why I always fundraise for thermal scopes. But I can't do that now because I'm not working in a brigade. I'm doing deliveries, and that is a very annoyance thing. I need to train them. I need to take them out. I need to, you understand. So now I can do EcoFlows effectively, which is the biggest. Except for a car, like a 2 kilowatt EcoFlow is the biggest ticket item that every medic, every drone team, every rota needs. Because if you don't have EcoFlow, you don't have Starlink. If you don't have Starlink, you don't have porn. I mean comms. You know, you don't have GroPiva map. You don't have your GroPiva map in your tablet, and it's just bad.
Right.
It's communications. So, yeah, I think I'm doing a good job. I probably wouldn't do it if I didn't think. But if there's something out there good and you're happy with that, stick with that too, because 25% of this war is crowdfunded, I think.
You're not wrong.
I'll never understand. Somebody will write a book about it someday, like when we finally make sense of it someday. What the hell happened?
Right. Because it was like, because regular people had to step up to help instead of governments, and entire war chests that have money that we regular people don't have access to, obviously, right? Like, I'm sure many people in my chat right now would love to send major weapon systems, but you know, like, you gotta send tourniquets and continue to help how they can, but we need some of our governments to step up more. Like you said in your speech, we need leaders and not just governments.
Oh yeah, and Terrence and Philip there had something to say about that. I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or Bert and Ernie. If you'll humor me on that, I don't really get invited to the nice Ukraine parties anymore, and I kind of regret that because you know, if you want to win it, you got to be in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of lost my shit in the UK. 4 of us got selected army medics, and the criteria was you speak English, and they're like, Brandon speaks English. Anyway, so I got on the tour, and we went to places like the US Embassy. We went to the Ukrainian Embassy. We went to various different places, and it left me really sick and cynical, Andrew.
Yep.
It left me really, really unhealthy mentally, because there's a lot of people in government, in organization, in Vogue, you know, not the magazine. We were in the magazine, by the way, for a photo shoot. But there's a lot of people in certain media organizations who are living their best life because of the war. And we were presented on a tour where only medics, so we wouldn't offend anybody. You know, like, God forbid we bring an infantry guy or a Rosvita, like a reconnaissance team guy who's really working on the solution, because that might offend people. I don't drink. I had an orange juice with a very attractive Ukrainian ballerina at the US Embassy. And we listened to Don Nichols and some woman who hasn't lived in Ukraine for 10 years, who's the official Ukraine spokesman through the US Embassy, telling us how the peace is going to play out. And it was really disgusting, you know, from my point of view. And it's you know, he's living his best life now, talking about when I was in the British Army and relating everything to Iraq.
I see what you mean.
You know, it was very distasteful.
Right.
But at the end, this ballerina in the cocktail party, she told me she's around a lot of people in the arts world that are well-to-do, and many of them are very wealthy. You know, she travels all over the world, from Tokyo to New York. And if she wants to raise money for an ambulance, she herself had raised money for 12 ambulances.
Wow.
Through her communities. How we all use our communities, right?
Right.
And the moment she wanted to raise money for night vision, so maybe those ambulances didn't drive over a mine, you know? Say, for example, like a TM62, and then they all fry up. They all just went deaf. They're like, oh, night vision? That sounds kind of gory. So that's what we were up against. That's what we were up against with the mayor of London, who wanted to have a photo in front of our ambulance, that the photo went viral outside Parliament. And he wanted to have a photo.
Oh, he's breaking up just a little bit, Chad. This is Brandon Mitchell. Oh, voice of Brandon Mitchell really quick. He's literally on the way back to Kyiv from what it sounded like he was near the front. He said Kramatorsk.
Be direct amongst each other, you know, like.
You just reconnected, Brandon. You were disconnected for a second there. Oh, yeah, it's choppy, guys. It's tough. I mean, it's surprised we even have a connection right now. Yeah, this is a video call on the WhatsApp with Brandon. So it's just bad connection driving. And if anyone's ever been in Ukraine, you know the connection.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, we hear you now. Yeah, it's just bad connection.
Yeah, so this is just a little horror story, because I try not to be negative.
Right.
We've got a Mariupol prisoner who's quite high profile in Ukraine on our tour with us. And the mayor of London doesn't want to meet us because he doesn't want to piss off the Gaza people. But then we get a photo with a shot-up ambulance outside of Parliament. It goes viral. And then he finds out that the Mariupol prisoner met the Pope. So he wants to shake the hand that shook the hand of the Pope. But then they had to take the ambulance away to Vienna, and then she had to go back and meet the Italian Parliament, and the mayor of London gets all shitty because he doesn't get to shake the hand that shook the hand of the Pope.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, do you remember that movie Crash? They were going to pin a medal on the hero fireman, and it was Alec Baldwin, and what's his name? Saddam. And it's like, you want me to pin a medal on an Iraqi fireman named Saddam? He's like, cancel the whole thing. But, you know, he like saved five. That's what it was like, this tour. And no disrespect to the organizers, no disrespect to the grassroots volunteers.
Yes.
But it was just, I lost my shit on a stage in front of 20,000 people, and just like, you know, thanks for the tourniquets. Hope you send money to our Paralympic team, you know? Anyway, yeah, so I don't get invited to the nice parties anymore, Andrew. I just get to hang around with low-class people like you know, and who
it's cooler
come
down
to
here.
Ukraine and deliver a little bit of aid, you know, and eat shashlik.
The less politically correct is more fun, I think, to be honest. Like, we have better parties. We eat surstrumming. Fuck, they have caviar and weird things.
Oh my God! Was Arthur Rahe not a champion?
Yeah, he did that.
Did you see how much he drank? There was Mark, there was Jasper, the three Estonians. They were men.
I try not to remember, but now I do. Yeah, Arthur was gangster for that. I thought, listen, I actually did think Arthur wasn't gonna do any of it, but then he drank. He had a shot of it. Oh goodness. Yeah.
Listen,
he did that.
I like Arthur.
Yeah.
I've known Arthur a long time, but he's soft as butter. You know what I mean? Like, he does a great thing, but he's soft as butter. You know, like
he's a teddy bear.
But he's a nice guy.
He's a teddy bear.
Yeah, he's like a 6'5" teddy bear.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Arthur Rahe.
That's exactly. Yep.
But he took that like a man.
He did.
You vomited.
Yeah.
Johnny FD's a drama queen. He did vomit, legitimately vomit. You know.
Yeah. I was doing good until it hit my stomach, and then when it settled, it was over. I was puking. It came up.
But that was actually worse strumming, because that was the last two cans from a truck we brought from Germany, from Sweden, and it broke down in Germany for 2 weeks during a heat wave in the back of the cab of an L200 when it was 40 degrees. What's the heat in there? So that was boiling. Those cans were like half blowing.
Oh.
Like they had like a big, like a dent in them. You know, like that was liquid shit.
Like nitroglycerin you gave us.
Yeah, and I didn't want that to be a fun
Oh, we're breaking up just a little
service,
bit.
because, you know, like, anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, I love you. I gotta go.
Love you too, Brandon. Talk to you soon, buddy.
All right. Stay
All right.
classy.
Yep, you too, buddy. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Brandon Mitchell, you guys. He's oops. God dang it. I closed everything. That's okay. He's literally on his way to Kyiv right now. So he did a nice video call for us. Brandon Mitchell, Ukraine, the best I can. We were talking about the surstrumming challenge that we did. That was just so great. Everyone loved it. I gotta open up my tabs again. That's a new thing. I quickly, while we were watching the DW video, I was trying to get the WhatsApp set up so I could video chat him, and it ended up working fine. I mean, you couldn't hear him too well, but I mean, he's literally in the vehicle driving to Kyiv. So thank you to Brandon Mitchell for joining us and giving us a few thoughts on the latest news and developments, and just a great personal update. Check into the stream, you guys, this afternoon. Tell Brandon that you love him. I also messaged Johnny FD and a few others that he did mention to join the stream and talk about fundraising. We're almost done with our fundraiser for NAFO, $62,000 out of $63,000. So we're almost done with that fundraiser. And as you guys can see, let's get to some reactions really quick. The news, which came out like an hour ago, 2 hours ago now. Time really hasn't gone by. I thought it would go way faster, but it's been pretty slow tonight, which is fine. Biden authorizes Ukraine to use long-range U.S. weapons inside of Russia. Wonder if there's an actual report here we can click into. Wonder if there's an actual report. Put a comment where you guys are all watching from in the chat. If you could, let me know. Also, make sure you hit the like button and you are subscribed. We are going to have Greg Terry join us here in a bit. Just waiting for him to join us. in a while. Fantasy football did not go well for me today. Just talk about side while I'm waiting for this. Okay. Fantasy football did not go well for me. I'm glad that there was some breaking news to react to and talk with you guys about, because I was literally just stewing in my room watching my team take a fat L. We got Melbourne, Australia. We got Las Vegas, Nevada, Yorkshire. Good to have you. Australia, Montreal, Long Beach, California, South Australia. We got Toronto, Canada. We got Medford, Oregon. We got Pittsburgh tuned in, New Zealand, North Carolina. Thank you so much. We got a message. I messaged a bunch of people. Right, woke up. What are you thinking? Oh, you just seen this? I'm on stream right now. So anytime. This is the commander of Chosen, Ryan O'Leary, commander of Chosen Company. We watched one of their videos on YouTube, and he was in the chat. I messaged him, "Hey, you want to come out and give your take?" So I might have Ryan O'Leary joining us shortly, as well as Greg Terry in the pipeline. We got California, rainy parts of Oregon, Los Angeles, California, Singapore, North Korea. Thank you so much. We got Northeast Malarkey. Nice.
Much of this is also in response to North Korean troops being in Russia and potentially assisting in this war in Ukraine.
A lot of it has to do with the fact that the North Koreans are in Russia doing this and providing support to the Russians and probably joining them in a military sense. So what the Biden administration is signaling is that that kind of addition to the Russian war machine is unacceptable to us. We don't want foreign troops coming into Russia, supporting the Russian war effort. And the North Koreans are the first ones to do this overtly, at least. And the signal to the North Koreans as well as the Chinese is not to support the Russian war effort, at least not that overtly.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just something that's going to alleviate those some of the Ukrainian or some of the Russians and North Koreans that are going to try to continue to defend the Kursk salient, but also hoping that it will bring some more of the Russians from eastern Ukraine up into the northeast around that Kursk salient region, which is here. And this is the first area that will Ukraine is going to be allowed to use these long-range missile systems, weapon systems, to attack them, Storm Shadow and Scalp inside of the Russian territory after Biden made the announcement today. Play this really quick. So we have Sky News. Here's the full video.
President Joe Biden reversing a long-standing U.S. policy involving the war in Ukraine. Biden,
I'm getting a poll in the chat going.
Now going to allow Ukrainian forces to use long-range U.S. weapons inside of Russia for the very first time. CNN's Kevin Liptak is traveling with the president in Brazil. Kevin, what more are you learning?
Yeah, this is a major change in American policy, and it comes at a critical point in the war in Ukraine as Russian forces mass in the city and around the city of Kursk as they prepare for an offensive there, and as North Korea has sent thousands of its troops to fight alongside Russia in that conflict. President Biden making this decision to allow Ukraine to fire the American ATACMS missiles inside Russia for the first time. And this had been the subject of a long-running debate inside the American government about the wisdom of allowing Ukraine this new capability. There were officials who were concerned about the risk of escalation in this war. That's something that President Biden has been concerned about throughout the conflict. You also heard officials worry about the stockpiles of ATACMS. These are not resources in endless supply. At the end of the day, the addition of the North Korean troops to this conflict certainly has created a new sense of concern in Washington about where this war could be headed. It's a subject of conversation that President Biden has had throughout his trip this week in South America. He discussed it earlier in Lima, Peru, with the leaders of Japan and South Korea. He also discussed it yesterday with the Chinese President Xi Jinping, trying to apply pressure on Beijing, to apply pressure on its largest, or on North Korea, which is China's largest trading partner, to try and convince Kim Jong-un that this was a mistake and that it could put his own troops at risk. But now this decision, I think, certainly for American officials, they do hope that it could help turn the tide in this conflict, but also send a signal to countries like North Korea that it sends its troops into this war at their own peril. Frederica.
All right, Kevin Liptak, let us know when you know more. Thank you so much. Joining me right now is CNN military analyst.
It's a combination of many things. The North Koreans joining the war, which if you're new or if you didn't know, yes, they joined Russia a month or so ago, maybe a month and a half, and the soldiers are now fighting Ukrainians. The use of or aiding Ukraine with missile systems and defenses, I feel, is not furthering World War III, and it's rather Russia involving other countries that weren't involved, bringing their soldiers and using them in Ukraine and against Ukrainians are entirely furthering the conflict. The escalation is coming from Russia. The answer after so long in the U.S., it's not like this is quick decisions, which we talked about with Dylan a little earlier. These are decisions that are afterthoughts, like after the fact, things that should have happened already. And then we give Ukraine the go ahead. So it's the whole argument of this being a escalation on the side of the West or NATO or US or whatever, that's cope. That's garbage.
Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel, great to see you. So first off, explain what these missiles are all about, this Army Tactical Missile System, or sometimes referred to as ATACMS. Talk to me about what they are, their capability, and why this is a potential turning point.
Yeah, Frederica, the MGM-140 ATACMS, as you mentioned, the Army Tactical Missile System, has a range of around 180 to 190 miles. And what it can do is it can attack things like ammunition depots, troop concentrations, logistical centers, all of those kinds of things that could resupply a front line. So what the purpose of this is, from the Biden administration standpoint, is to actually make it possible for the Ukrainians to prevent the Russians and the North Koreans from attacking the Ukrainian concentrations in Kursk, which is the territory of Russia that Ukraine has occupied since August. So these missiles are designed to go in and to take out those kinds of things like those logistics installations that I described. And they're designed to do this in a very efficient, very lethal manner. And it's one of the most lethal weapons that the U.S. has in its arsenal. And if the Ukrainians can use it the same way that the U.S. would use it in a similar situation, then it could very much change the way in which the war is being fought right now.
So would there be conditions attached? Might the U.S. have said, okay, we give the green light to use these, but they do have to be logistical locations, like you just mentioned, logistical Russian, targets. Would there be any further guidance from the U.S. on how and what the conditions are in which to use these?
Yeah, I'm certain there is further guidance from the Biden administration to the Ukrainians on this. What they will probably say is that you can only attack those installations that are supplying the war effort against you in Ukraine or in Kursk in this particular instance. So the idea would be, Frederica, that they would go in and they would give them a list of targets that they can hit. The Ukrainians would perhaps provide a list of targets that they would like to hit, and then they would say, yes, you can use these weapons to hit those targets, or no, you can't hit those targets. One thing that would...
They still have to ask for permission, likely. So they still have to, that's why the U.S. decision-making was important, or why it even needed to happen to begin with, because any target Ukraine wants to hit with them, they have to ask for permission.
Definitely be off the list would be nuclear installations or anything that would affect the strategic warfighting capability of Russia. That would most likely be off the list at this point in time.
And then how much of this is also in response to North Korean troops being in Russia and potentially assisting in this war in Ukraine?
A lot of it has to do with the fact that the North Koreans are in Russia doing this and providing support to the Russians and probably joining them in a military sense. So what the Biden administration is signaling is that that kind of addition to the Russian war machine is unacceptable to us. We don't want foreign troops coming into Russia, supporting the Russian war effort. And the North Koreans are the first ones to do this overtly, at least. And the signal to the North Koreans as well as the Chinese is not to support the Russian war effort, at least not that overtly.
Mercado, do you think Poland or others will send in troops on the ground? North Korea said they will. It's up to Europe. If there's an appetite in Europe to do so, which the only one we've seen really is France and Macron signaling that, and a couple of the Baltic states. But yeah, no, I don't think Poland has said anything or suggesting that they would do that, at least from what I've seen. But I've had more my ear closer to American government and politics now for the past couple months than European geopolitics.
What are the potential
other than Ukraine, the war? But what's going on in European countries? I don't have my ear to that right
repercussions if North Korean troops are also taken out along with Russian troops, even though the targets, as you said, would be logistical targets. Consequently, there might be also personnel might be involved or taken out. What would be the potential consequences here?
The potential consequences could be somewhat far-reaching. It's possible that the North Koreans could react against South Korea, for example, or against U.S. troops in South Korea. So this is definitely a possibility that I'm sure the Biden administration has considered, and I would suspect that they have also increased their defensive capabilities in South Korea as a result of this decision. So that's the kind of thing that could happen. It's also true that the Russians will probably try to respond one way or another. They may not do so in a direct way, one that we would notice right away. It could be a cyber attack. It could be sabotage. Those are the kinds of things that we could expect Russia to do, but we would hope that they would not escalate to a point of no return.
They'll seethe. They'll seethe like they've done the last 2 years. That's all they've done, and then grab North Koreans, seethe, and then look to North Korea.
This is the kind of thing that the Biden administration has sought to avoid until now, when it's become pretty clear that the Ukrainians are having difficulty not only in Kursk but also on the eastern front in the Donbass region.
They'll likely increase their attacks on civilian infrastructure and war crimes, but in terms of, I mean, they've it's not like this oh, now the real Russian army's coming, watch out. It's never been a thing. It's just increased terrorism on civilians will likely be a result of it, but that's why it's also important to give Ukraine Patriot missile systems and defenses.
President Biden is on his way to the G20 summit. What might be the reaction coming from world leaders on this move?
Finally, thank you, Biden. Oh my goodness, we're worried because we don't know in 2 months. We needed something.
Well, I think it would depend on which world leader you're talking to. Certainly, China would not be enthusiastic about this. The Russians are not enthusiastic about it for obvious reasons. But the Western European nations, the Koreans, the Japanese, they are probably quite okay with this. And certainly the Ukrainians are very happy that this has finally happened for them. They've been waiting for this kind of approval for a very long time, really since the start of the latest invasion back in February of 2022. And that is something that they have sought for a long time because they believe, and I think rightly, that the ability to hit targets deep inside Russia is essential for them to be successful in their ability to not only keep Ukraine independent, but also to prosecute, obviously, their war effort.
All right, everything we've been talking about. Just wanted to see what some of the analysts that get paid more, doesn't mean they're right, but that guy has been right traditionally. I've been listening to what he says for the past couple years, and he's been closer to correct than non, which is important these days, especially since like outright lies get more attention than at least trying to find the truth on things, which is unfortunate, but that's the world we live in now. So that's what we have for the big news today, you guys. If you're just joining us, big decision. Biden finally allowing Ukraine to strike inside of Russia with some missiles, BBC. What the attackums. U.S. President Joe Biden has given the green light. Let me see here. I'm also waiting for Ryan. I think Ryan's going to send me a Discord. Then we can talk with Ryan O'Leary from Chosen. And then Greg Terry, of course, too, in the queue. U.S. President Joe Biden has given the green light for Ukraine to use long-range missiles supplied by the U.S. to strike Russia. A U.S. official has confirmed the move, a major change of U.S. policy to the BBC's U.S. partner. A major change of U.S. policy. For months, Ukraine's President Zelensky has been urging that the restrictions on the missiles known as ATACMS be lifted, allowing Kyiv to strike outside its own borders. Right? Popular social media hashtag was "Let Ukraine Strike Back." World War III. Listen, if you weren't calling for World War III or questioning World War III when North Korea joined the war like 4 weeks ago, I don't want to hear it now, right? Flat. That should be the energy from everyone, unanimously, when it comes to aiding Ukraine. It should be unapologetic. It shouldn't be like, oh, I'm sorry, we just had to help Ukraine. I hope that's okay. I hope that's okay with you. I don't know, bro. The energy needs to be strong when you're aiding Ukraine, right? As Ukraine's defending itself. Of course, there's going to be people that are worried about World War III for any aid to Ukraine because for some reason their brain is backwards. They were born. I don't know what the hell you're thinking. It's like your thought process on the conflict is wrong. I'm wrong in my opinion, but like you're like thinking of it in terms of Russia having like, I don't even know how to put it. I'm not trying to say you're like a Russian or you're pro-Russian or like you support Russia's imperialistic invasion. I'm not trying to say that, but like, you're given excuses for Russia basically, or you're excusing Russia's actions. Here we go. You're excusing the actions of Russia and their imperialistic conquest in Ukraine and the continuous escalatory moves that they make. It's every 3 months something new Russia's doing to continue this. Ukraine's defending itself. Right? Ukraine is in Kursk. They're holding it militarily right now for a bargaining chip. They're not trying to flood civilians in there and like, oh, this is Ukraine now, right? Oh, this is Ukraine. Suja is now Ukrainian city. People in chat are like based, but like no, this isn't going to be Ukrainian territory. It's going to go back to Russia. That's why they took it, so that way they'd get an exchange. Whereas Russia's literally trying to take Ukrainian land and say it's theirs now, and this is mine. Civilians in here, you're ours too. And then also territory that we haven't even occupied and never occupied is also ours. It's insane. And it's what imperialism looks like. So aiding Ukraine is not the escalation, especially with the drip, drip, drip we've been giving to Ukraine. It's been anything but an escalation. Second, I got a friend request. There we go. Awesome. Let me know when you're ready. Okay, so we're going to have Ryan O'Leary pretty quick. On Sunday, you reacted to the report saying such things are not announced. Missiles speak for themselves. That's the Discord notification. There we go. Yo. When you're... I'll just give him a call. Washington's decision on ATACMS is couched in terms of being limited to the defense of Ukrainian forces inside Russia's Kursk region, where Kyiv launched a surprise incursion in August. Now, my question is France and the UK limited to this too now? Or can Ukraine use the Scalp and Storm Shadows in other places now while ATACMS are used here? That would be the question. Because again, thank you to UK and France for giving the go-ahead as well. UK, France, Ukraine. Where's the Scalp and Storm Shadow part? Awesome. Ryan's ready. Okay, we'll continue diving into this, you guys. We're going to talk with Ryan O'Leary really quick from Chosen. We're going to do this on Discord and get a few minutes of his take on the news. He just woke up, so it's like fresh wake up take. Should be interesting. All right, let me put this down. Get Ryan in here. Cool. Radio check.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear. How are you doing? Are you doing video or no?
Oh, I can. Let me. Yeah, give me a few minutes.
Yeah, it's It's cool. Appreciate it. Again, this is Ryan O'Leary, you guys, company commander of the chosen company in Ukraine. Just woke up. So we're gonna get.
Yeah, you caught me at a good time, actually. I woke up to take a piss and then I checked my phone quick.
Fuck yeah. It is perfect timing then. Yeah, I'm getting a bunch, as many people as I can to just give their take on it because it's something that everybody's been waiting for.
Yeah, like for the last, 15 fucking months?
Literally. Hey, Ryan, a second. You guys check into the stream while we're waiting for Ryan. Drop a plus in the chat. I love seeing how well you're doing. Have you already discussed the? No, we'll talk about American stuff tomorrow. Okay, this is gonna be.
I'm gonna hop on my computer quick. Give me like 2 minutes.
Yeah, time. All right. So give him like a couple minutes. He's gonna hop on the computer so he can hop on the video there and the thing. But yeah, we'll talk about America tomorrow and American politics because I need this. If anything, this is good news for me. I'm in down and out for the past because of this though. It's like what's coming, right? It's a fucking train, but the train is not a good train, and that's coming here. It's gonna be America in a couple months. So I'm kind of concerned. It's been impacting me. It is what it is. It's real shit. But I'm gonna Charlie Mike anyways and continue. But this is some news that I definitely needed this week. Aussie T, 19 months. Everything will be Ukraine. Plus. Any other trolls want to try out? Thank you so much to XAJJ Killers. You're concerned as hell. You're valid to be concerned. I'm gonna valid you. If you're worried about what's gonna happen, you're valid. And all these trolls and people are like, you need to just accept it and suck it up. They didn't accept it. They went and raided the U.S. Capitol. Right? Listen, if you're just like upset about it, you can be upset about it. You're gonna be upset. You're gonna be resilient and Charlie Mike, which means continue mission, and you're gonna continue to do what you got to do, right? But some people out here don't do that, and then that's what sucks is like people like me and others like me in the chat are gonna do what we got to do, right? Gotta do what we got to do. It's not like you can give up, right? But others who are on the opposite end of me, who supported the thing that's taking over, didn't do that, and they never do that, never will do that, right? So it's like the two opposing things here, like not the same principle in my brain, not principled in the same way, if that makes sense, right? One side will literally, it didn't stop for 4 straight years about the loss, and the other side, like me, we got work to do. We got things to do, but still, it's valid if you're feeling a type of way about it. Like, it's okay to feel a type of way about it. It's there's lots of things that are going to be impacted by it, by what's going to take place here in a couple months in the U.S. Right? Many people, places, and things are going to be impacted, not in a positive way in my brain, right? But for some, if you're rich, maybe, yeah, if you're like a millionaire, for sure, things are going to be looking up for you. Tax breaks are going to look great. I mean, you're going to be sitting pretty again, maybe, if you're in the right tax bracket. But yeah, a lot of people are not going to be doing too hot, especially for the individuals we're talking about, at least when it comes to U.S. aid, right? When it comes to getting consistent U.S. aid, it's just unknown. But I am very happy to be proven wrong. I will be very happy if when Trump takes office, and I'm still going to disagree with him on most everything. But when it comes to aiding Ukraine and the geopolitics of this, if he surprises everybody, because nobody knows what his goddamn plan is other than this magical 24-hour fix that is unrealistic as hell. I'll be like, hey, well, good job, Trump. I'll give him props. I'll happily do streams that are good for Ukraine, that are positive news for Ukraine in fighting Russia, if Trump makes those strong decisions. But it's like, I don't know. I don't think anyone's confident with that. And even the Trump base don't want it either. They want to be done with Ukraine. Not everybody, because clearly I have some Trump supporters that want to see Ukraine succeed, but a lot in the base do not. They want the propaganda and the media is like spun them backwards. So they think because Democrats support Ukraine, or like left supports Ukraine, then Ukraine bad or something. It's kind of like how Russia works, right? So it's like, I don't know, maybe MAGA or some can deprogram their own propaganda to get their own people to support Ukraine somehow. And they will. If Trump says we support Ukraine now, then they'll all support Ukraine, right? So that's the one thing that we can rely on. If Trump says Ukraine is good now, his base will clap and they'll say, okay, we support you. So it's just, I think it's just getting Trump to do that and somehow, but that's hopium. That's serious hopium. We'll talk about all that tomorrow, right? We'll talk about the cabinet choices. We're just waiting for Ryan O'Leary to join the call, you guys. They're probably, yeah, but they'll when Trump says jump, they say how high. So Trump says Ukraine is good now. I bet you, and if anything, that will, if Trump said Ukraine is good to support publicly, and like we are supporting Ukraine, a lot of the down and bad Trump supporting Ukraine people will like perk up then. They'll be like, yeah, see, he does support Ukraine. We were right all along. And then they themselves can work their own, they can undo a lot of the propaganda, right? It'll be an internal thing. But I think there'll be a lot of distractions for this to not happen, because there's a lot of conflicting personalities that are going to be in the decision-making arena. So if Trump does become strong on Ukraine or something, it might work against him because of how strong the propaganda has been. But it has to be undone from within. It can't, no one that's opposed Trump can say Trump's wrong on this. What are you, woke? Man, he won. Trump won. I know, but we need stronger decisions. Yeah, but he won. That's the only way. If Trump finally decides that Ukraine is worthy of his like support, it's got to be personally worthy to him. That's how he works. So that's the hopium I have for it. That's as far as I'll go. That's the most charitable hopium I can give to the upcoming situation in the U.S. government. But decisions like this from Biden are good, and I'm glad that he finally made it. Any comments from you guys? We're waiting for Ryan to join. He's getting his computer set up, and we're going to talk to Ryan, and then we're going to talk with Greg Terry, and then we'll likely do some viewer call-ins and get your guys' take on this. All right, try again. Here we go. Thank you guys for standing by. Stand by.
Let me see.
There we go. Beautiful. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. All right, well, how you doing, sir? And company commander of Chosen, Ryan O'Leary with us, you guys. So you just woke up, so I'll let you get the crust out of your eyes and not barrage you with questions.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah. I know how that feels.
1 second. One second.
It just literally wakes up. And tell us how you feel. No, it'd be crazy work, wouldn't it? So this is Ryan O'Leary, you guys, from Chosen. You guys make sure you go and follow him on Twitter and other places. The YouTube channel went super viral, right, with their videos. Vote in our poll in the chat. I'm also recording these discussions too, so I'll have a nice video of like talk with Dylan and Brandon and Ryan here and Greg and oh my, with everybody. Great discussions tonight. Did I call and wake up Starsky? I messaged him, but he's probably asleep. We can have Starsky on tomorrow.
Sorry about that. I was turning on the hot water thing.
No problem.
Coffee.
Nice. Yeah, get your caffeine. So it's early. You just woke up. Have you had any chance to look at it at all yet? You just woke up.
I just heard the news. Yeah, Biden apparently is going to allow HIMARS or whatever munitions to be used in Russia now.
Mm-hmm. What is your initial reaction to it? Like, it finally happened.
Mean, like, it's a little late now. That might be a little loud for a minute. Sorry. So like the biggest thing, like, I mean, it's good that they finally allowed it and they finally realized like they should have like it's a good thing tactically, but I think it's too late in the game. I don't think a lot of people realize like before it was public knowledge, you know, like obviously Ukraine has probably been asking for this since before the Kursk offensive. So you're looking probably, I would bet, since at least January of 2023, if not maybe like March timeframe. I don't remember when the Belgorod operation stuff was happening where they fucked around and found out on the border a few times. But like before it was even public, like people need to understand this was probably being requested by Ukraine for months ahead of time. And like if it would have been requested when it was asked privately, they would have been able to get like a jump on some of the Russian positions. Cause like people don't, a lot of the stuff inside of Russia before Kursk happened, like there was groupings of Russians that are within range of HIMARS. Is it going to be the same anymore? Unlikely, because now the US released publicly that they're letting it happen. Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty critical of the Biden administration on how they've handled things because, like, I don't know. It's just, I don't think it's been done in the best way with how they decide when we can allow stuff to be used over in Russia or on the limitations of any munition, honestly.
From an outsider's perspective, I mean, I've been to Ukraine, but I'm not fighting like you are. But from here, I've been very critical of Biden specifically on his weak decisions for Ukraine. Does it feel like it's always out of the window where it really would have like seriously helped achieve some serious?
I mean, like, and like it's not just the Biden administration. Like in general, the U.S. government has like, I mean, they basically kicked themselves in the nuts repeatedly since 2022, and then even before that in like 2014 up till now. Like the way that they've gone about this has been like a breadcrumb type situation. And I know they keep saying about escalation this, escalation that. I mean, like outside of a nuclear weapon being used, there is no more, like what else can Putin do? He's already leveling cities. He's launching shaheeds into apartment buildings. I mean, like there's no other escalation, like chemical weapons he's already using them. Like they're using perchlorin, which is not the same as the US stuff. So I mean, like the only escalation at this point that Putin could do is use a nuclear bomb. I mean, there is no other escalation. So like the aid that took so long to get done at the end of 2022, I mean, that directly got some of our guys killed. We ran out of artillery. So it was basically, defending positions where we're getting hammered with artillery 24 hours a day. Like it was towards like October, November, December timeframe. We maybe would have our artillery shoot 1 or 2 times a day while the Russians would just slam us all day long. And like a lot of people in the West probably don't understand, but like if you don't have counter battery, like artillery is useful for more than just smacking troops in the open. Like counter battery is key. Like if you don't have counter battery, you're just going to eat artillery all day from the enemy. So like not having artillery shells to even do counter battery, really fucked the Ukrainians in 22 at the end of 2023, excuse me.
What are some important targets that counter battery is looking to? Are they hitting specific
targets? Counter battery, you'll go after like the TOS weapon, like the TOS missile rocket launchers, whatever you want to call them, the grads. The enemy artillery is the biggest one, though. Enemy artillery, enemy mortars. Because like I said, if you can't silence enemy guns, they're just going to erode your defenses. And like you saw that in Avdiivka, where they just pounded the shit out of the southeastern portion until it was nothing. And I'm not talking like no buildings. I'm talking like if you consistently are in a trench and the trench is hit repeatedly with artillery, like you're not going to be able to defend it, because you have to consistently work on the trench defenses. Because if it gets hit with artillery, it keeps collapsing, and like it's just not possible unless you have counter battery to silence enemy long range, indirect fire systems.
Are you receiving enough artillery or more?
I mean, it's better now. I would say like on a scale of 1 to 10, it's probably like a 12 now. I mean, it's still not good. It'd be nice to be a 1-to-1, but because Russia is using North Korea, and I think North Korea this year alone has delivered like 6 million shells, which is more than what like fucking Europe produces in a year. You know, I mean, it'll never be a 1-to-1 ratio, but the closer we can get to that, the better. In certain areas, Ukraine has been able to saturate with artillery, but by doing that, it also takes away from other areas. So because we don't have a lot of the artillery shells like the Russians do, you know, Ukraine has to play a constant game of moving stuff around to try to even the odds, whether it's for offensives like Kursk or defending areas.
What are some important targets do you think that these long-range missiles will be useful for, if employed properly, or however?
You'll probably see them being used like they were used originally at the start when HIMARS first came over, which would be groupings of troops. And then obviously they moved into hitting like air defense systems and radar systems later on once the Russians started keeping their troops further out. So you'll probably see them hitting like some logistics hubs, ammo depots that are closer to the front, just to get the Russians to push out further back. Because like if you take, I mean, like obviously the Ukrainians aren't driving HIMARS all the way up to the zero line in Kursk, but they'll probably drive them into Kursk. So like you're adding, you know, more depth that pushes the Russian logistics out, which will prevent the 50 to 100,000 Russians up there from being resupplied as quick. So it'll also push their artillery systems further out. I mean, they had like, without going overly OPSEC, there's certain areas where they would group up their artillery positions, not in Kursk, but just in general across the border. They can't do that anymore because of HIMARS. So now their artillery is going to be pushed further back or be more spread out, which will help us out too.
Because that does have a ripple effect, right? That type of, that will trickle down to the infantry because that's less.
Yep. Yeah. So not only that, but then like even when like with the logistics hubs, they're going to spread them out farther. They'll be smaller. So like they can't just like logistics is huge in war, and if you don't have an easy way to maintain your logistics, it like trickles down to the fire team level. I wouldn't say like down to like to the point where the Russians will be rationing bullets, but it'll definitely affect their indirect fire platforms and their heavy weapons a lot more. And as you know, even getting fuel for the tanks and stuff, it's going to affect because they're going to have to keep all that further back now.
So as time's gone on over the past 2 years and some change into Russia's 3 days of invasion they wanted, what as time goes on, things and needs change, right? What are some of the needs that maybe people can crowdfund or support that is really needed?
I mean, right now it's wintertime. I mean, like Ukraine is getting better, like localized, like so the Ukrainian army is issuing out a lot better equipment than what it was in, you know, March of 2022 or whatever year. But the biggest problem is it's always never going to be enough because of the amount of troops, the amount of stuff that gets destroyed all the time. So going into winter time, if like people aren't comfortable donating for like drones and stuff that kill people, your best bet would be like thermal socks or find an NGO that's doing it. Find a Ukrainian NGO or a reliable foreign NGO that's been around for a while who shows their finances and everything else.
You got a couple?
Like
you got a couple
socks and stuff like that.
You have
I mean, you got like blue and yellow. I'm trying to think. There's a few of them I just gotta remember. Like non-Ukrainian ones, blue and yellow is probably one of the larger ones who's been here since like 2015. They don't really do too much advertisement for like the US or Canada or that, but like they're huge in the Baltic regions. They provide everything from night vision to, I mean, I could probably ask them for underwear if I had a good enough reason.
So they'll take care of you.
Yeah. I mean, like they're extremely proficient on providing aid. They do it by the book. They don't do anything sneaky across the borders. It's all written properly.
Now your unit, how is your unit doing? How's morale, or how are things going for you personally?
I mean, morale's okay. They're just wanting to get back in the fight. We've been on a training cycle and like an admin fucking bureaucratic cycle. We should be operational again here very shortly. And like personally, I hate wintertime, but like the guys are ready to get back to work. So we're just, a lot of the guys were injured. Now they're back to full health. Because I mean, we had like a 98% injury rate by the end of, well, by like March of 2024. So not like severe. I mean, like a lot of it was just shrapnel wounds that are like take a month off, but like some of the more severe injuries take 3 months, 4 months. So everyone's back in the fight now. So,
And I'm hoping, if anything, it's a late decision, but this could provide some morale boost. Like finally, we can
yeah, it'll
strike
definitely
back.
help. It'll definitely provide a morale boost. But like, I mean, like at this point in the war, the Ukrainians don't really expect, like the average soldier on the front line doesn't expect the US to do anything. I mean, like
It's understandable for sure, especially with
like,
yeah. It's I that's what I gathered when I was there and interviewed some of them. And the actions speak for themselves. It's not like Ukrainian soldiers are making it up, or it's based upon actions and words, which I love Ukraine, because people there take it your word and your actions. In America,
yeah, I mean, like again, the US hasn't exactly the only thing the only thing this war has really shown is that the US is pretty, and this is something that some people have been vocal about since Iraq and Afghanistan, is the US is a very unreliable, and this is going to piss a lot of people off, but they're an unreliable like ally or even military supporter because of our, our democratic government. So like Putin, China, Iran, and all these other countries who are not exactly pro-democracy or even pro-American, they fully understand. They just have to, it's a waiting game. And this is something they've known for a while. And like our politicians on both the left and right haven't like grasped that. And instead they keep attacking each other on these, issues that really shouldn't even be a problem. Like, look, there shouldn't be anyone in the GOP who says, yeah, Russia's a friend. Like, come on now. There shouldn't be anyone in the Democratic Party who says China's a friend. Neither one of them are friendly to the US. Like, it's not going to happen.
They got to get their heads out of their ass, because Russia and China, I feel like Russia and China and they're aware of our ignorance, and they're playing on it, I think. Or not, it's like chosen ignorance.
I mean, like 100%, and they've been doing it for a long time. Like, the election interference is only like huge now because of 2016 and whatever 2020, but like I don't know why the average American doesn't understand. Like, election interference has been going on for decades. It's just now more mainstream because social media, and there's a bunch of fucking village idiots that group up and believe it. Like, social media is good because you can connect with other cultures and other countries and all this shit. But like, it's also a fucking platform to give the village idiots a giant megaphone so they can say whatever the fuck they want all the time.
Or program them too with bots.
Yeah, and then like the biggest thing is because America has freedom of speech, which I don't think we should ever get rid of. It's a lot easier for countries like Russia, China, and Iran, and North Korea to take advantage of that. And they can project the voices of these village idiots quite easy, and in some cases pay for them, like some of those streamers. What was his dumbass face with that tenant stuff? I can't remember his name.
Tim Pool and
Yeah, what a fucking idiot.
Taking Russian money. Well, he allegedly, and he didn't know.
He's either like, I don't know, like honestly, I mean, he's gonna always say he probably never knew, but like if somebody was handing you $100K a fucking
exactly, yeah,
you wouldn't want to know where the money's coming from. Like,
right.
His account had to have been like, come on, somebody had to have been like, really, dude, like you're getting $100K a stream, and like there was no prior agreement.
No questions asked. Like
it'd be one thing if it was like a Jake Paul or like, fuck, I don't know, somebody with millions of views every episode. Like the dude was getting very minor views, and somebody's like, yeah, I'll give you $100K a stream. By the way, here's some talking points, and it's all like, come on. Either he's the biggest fucking retard in the world, or he just knows and he doesn't want to get in trouble.
Probably paid propaganda, man. It pays significantly, especially $100K a video. All right, what is any ways to follow you? I mean, you're a company commander, you're working, but like you do some social media here and there, support.
Yeah, I mainly only have X or Twitter now. Like we have a public Instagram page, but it's like shadow banned.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you tried to log or pull it up one time when I hopped on your YouTube thing a while back. But yeah, like our Instagram shadow ban, you can still find it. It's just pretty hard. I'm on, that's my only social media account that I use. I mainly troll more than anything on it, but it's what it is.
troll and tell others that they're supporting scams and grifts.
Pretty much,
And then-
yeah. I got into it with like the fucking Georgian Legion recently, but
yeah, we were teamed up on that one together because it's like there's so many legitimate organizations and things to donate to and support that actually help on the ground, and like soldiers get that help. So it's unfortunate. Lots of people are fooled by scammers and grifters.
yeah, and it sucks because like I mean like the NGOs have played a huge part here. Like the Ukrainian government isn't always the best at supplying like the average soldier with stuff. I mean they try, but it is what it is. It's not really. I mean, they're never gonna get it perfect. Even like if the U.S. military was involved with a war where they had, you know, 1 million soldiers deployed across a 1,200-kilometer front line, you know, the U.S. would get it wrong too. Luckily, as Americans, we probably wouldn't need as much of the NGO support because we'd have a proper way to get, you know, a unit could report stuff properly. But yeah, like the NGOs have been huge here, whether it's getting, you know, DJI drones or just like backpacks, medical aid. Like medical aid's been huge. A lot of the medical NGOs are probably one of the main reasons that the Ukrainian medical command actually started doing the tourniquet conversions and like better tourniquet training and stuff is largely because some of the NGOs. So
Of course. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for waking up and literally joining an interview. And
I got paperwork I should probably be doing now that I woke up anyway. So.
perfect. Anytime you want to talk again, we'll have you back on the stream. I'd love to chat with you again. If you'd love to give us your time anytime you can, because I know you're pretty busy.
Yeah, to shoot me a message and we'll see what works. Luckily, you caught me at a good time, I guess.
Oh, perfect. Well, if this is if this can be a good time, I mean, this is when I usually stream anyway. So in the future,
Okay.
this could work. Okay. All right, Ryan. Thank you. Thank you again, sir, for your time. I'll chat with you in the near future.
Yeah, hey, thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too, buddy. All right, that was Ryan O'Leary from Chosen. Many of you guys watched the. I gotta reactivate. Now we're gonna get Greg Terry in here next. When you guys watched the viral YouTube Chosen Company video that we watched, I watched and reacted to it here too. I'll move the chat. I'm gonna leave the chat down there for now until I get this back up. Here it is, Chosen. I think you just type Chosen in. There it is. Violence of Action. Yeah, 2.4 million views. We got like almost an hour long, but they posted really good videos about like a whole series of the Chosen and some of their experiences, and I've reacted to them. So thank you to Ryan for joining us. All right, now let me get Greg in here really quick. Also, guys, check into the stream if you could, getting some streamer and military reactions to the announcement that Ukraine can use ATACMS and also Scalp and Storm Shadow missiles inside of Ukraine. Okay, he is ready. Up here, we got Greg Terry. He's gonna be he's checking in with us remotely. He's not in his studio. I think he had a stream a little earlier, but he's at a family event today. Family event, rapid fire interviews today. Love it. You do this more often. Okay. Come on, camera. Oops. Oh, I think we just connected. All right, hold on. Try one more time. One more time. I will have these posted in their own videos to you guys. Fun times. All right. I'll go over to Discord. I'm on Discord. I'm on phone. Okay. Okay. One more time. One more time. Here we go. All right. All right. We're good. There he is, coming to us remotely. There we go.
But you
got a little audio is a little tough here.
Do you have audio?
Yeah, we do now. Okay, we do now.
Good.
Hi, everybody. This is Greg Terry from the Greg Terry Experience YouTube channel and other social media. He provides frontline aid. Literally, I went with him and saw how it's done, and it's up in the mix of things. Let me tell you that pucker factor is activated with Greg when we're delivering aid. So, Greg, tell us, how you doing? Number one.
I'm doing great. I was supposed to be on a little bit earlier with Andrew, and I sent him a text picture from my house. I'm at my daughter's birthday party. We finished that up, but my mother's 73 years old, and she had a shoulder replacement, and she also has congestive heart failure. So she's having very, very difficult time tonight. So I sent Andrew a picture of the fire department, and my mom's over at the hospital. It's a normal thing with congestive heart failure patients. My wife is there, my dad is there checking on her. So I'm gonna check in with you now and then head over to the hospital. All's doing much better now. My daughter's birthday tonight, she turned 23, and celebrating some changes that were needed for Ukraine and for the world. And we're gonna see a lot of fallout on this, but overall doing good. I'm repping my Ukraine sweatshirt and rocking and rolling, man.
Yeah,
I played a little bit on a different topic. I did play a little bit of the new Black Ops.
Let's go.
And I've got to get used to that movement. And once I get it down, I'll join you on a battle there.
I can't stop playing, and I'm addicted to the thing right now. I'll admit it. I'm addicted to the thing. I can't stop playing it. I'm glad there was some breaking news to talk about today. Well, first of all,
Yes.
prayers and also well wishes to mom on candles in chat
Thank you.
as well.
Appreciate
Everybody
that.
put some candles and some hearts in chat to mom. Happy birthday to the daughter, 23. You said?
Yes. Yeah, 23.
Happy birthday there. So celebration there. And again, the good news of finally, Ukraine being allowed to strike back. What is your take right away?
Well, my take is pretty simple, to be quite honest with you. I laid it out. I was actually putting another video out. I had just spoken to Zhenya, whom you know well, and he's right now on the front line dropping 2 more Kosovacs. And I'm talking to him, and I'm talking to a commander he's with out east, and we were basically doing some analysis on the overnight and this morning strikes on Ukraine. I've, of course, doing my lives as normal, but I've really found a little niche, Andrew, on, people are hungry for facts, not hearsay, not hopium, not hype. And I'm just daily looking for 3 or 4 facts that are proven that I can share. So, once the missile strikes happened overnight and this morning, I said, okay, I need to get the real results. And I'm trying to base a lot of my information off of what Zelensky himself says, and just remove all doubt. So I was working with that, talking to Zhenya. We confirmed all of that. I made the video, about a 9 or 10 minute video, just updating where was hit. Ukraine did suffer a lot of energy infrastructure this morning with that strike, much more than is being reported. It was very significant. So sharing all of that, and then all of a sudden, it starts breaking on news, and I said, okay, hold on. I don't believe this. Then the second place, okay, I still don't believe this. Then the third place, I still don't believe this. So I would do what I do. I called Ukraine. I said, is this true? They said, it's true. And at that point, every news outlet started picking it up. So I just went live, and I was learning from a lot of stuff you do. Started grabbing sources right on the fly, because I always prep my live streams a few hours before and try to be with my slides and all of that stuff. And
that's what I did for so long. And it's easy when it's a presentation. It's, you're just giving.
Dude, I can go through it and I know it's accurate.
Yeah. So it's easier when you got to pull it up, and you got to be quick. It's tough sometimes.
But today I didn't. I said, let's go. This is breaking, and I feel comfortable. Here's what, and I'll give my opinion. And first of all, thank you for inviting me on, and big shout out to the Renegades. I will tell you this. I wanted to be slow on the punch, because I just didn't want to say it and then it'd be wrong. And then you have to listen to everybody hating on you and saying, hopium, idiot, whatever. But as I was literally getting ready to hit the live button, Vladimir Zelensky dropped a video. So I have the advantage, with language. So I listened to it really quickly in Ukrainian, and I have it because I speak Russian, as you know, and Ukrainian getting better. And I'm listening. I said, hold on, he's talking about it. He's talking about it. So then I translated it really quick, told the people in the live chat, hang on a second. If you want to hear Zelensky, give me a few minutes. Translated it. And I felt so comfortable. At that point, I said, okay, this is real. So here is my synopsis. The world changes today. The world changes today. This is significant. I laid out a little treaty just online, live, with my thoughts. And here's where we'll go. We know we had the election in the United States, and we can see all of that is unfolding, not only here in the United States, but abroad. We can hear talking heads, and you're going to listen to that rhetoric, and you're going to hear all of this stuff transitioning. And as I encourage people, just be patient. Just be patient. Let's see what unfolds, and let's see what action versus, media. Let's just wait. And then today, when this news broke and then it was being confirmed, I said, okay, this makes sense. A few days ago, here's my story now. Olaf Scholz called Vladimir Zelensky, and he said, I'm calling Putin. Zelensky was against that phone call, 100%. He even restated it later, and I've translated that. It's interesting that Olaf Scholz calls Vladimir Putin. They talk for an hour, confirmed by many sources. And Olaf Scholz told him, we want a just and lasting peace. I'm quoting there, a just and lasting peace. And I desire you as the Chancellor of Germany to stop the war, and let's find a just and lasting peace. That was about it. But at the end of the call, he said, make sure you're aware, Vladimir, that regardless of what path you choose, we, Germany, will support Ukraine. And that was it. Mm-hmm. So a few hours later, Zelensky does his video, his evening address where he talks into the iPhone. Yep. So I grabbed it, I listened to it, I translated it, and he point blank called Olaf Scholz out. He said, I have told you guys, I'm not quoting here, I have the video on a video, right. But I told you guys, do not call Vladimir Putin. You are trying to negotiate with a terrorist. You are trying to negotiate with a dictator. You are trying to negotiate with a man of evil who is wiping our eastern and southern regions off the planet. You can't negotiate with it. And then this was the quote. You have now opened, quote, Pandora's box. Well, isn't it interesting that just hours later, we see a massive, the largest strike on Ukraine in the amount of airplanes simultaneously in the air, which was 31 bombers. Tupolovs and MiGs, 31 bombers. Ukraine defended 68% of the missiles and drones they took out. There was a lot of damage all throughout Ukraine, the worst damage being in Kryvyi Rih, President Zelensky's hometown, and also in the Zaporizhia region. There was some serious damage done down there. We had loss of life. Some firefighters were killed. Factory workers were killed. Gas station and oil depot people were killed. And that's the fact. It was just a few hours later, after we get the totals on that and the understanding, that President Biden breaks with this news. So then I started hunting it, and Zelensky's note came out that he said at the end, after talking about the missile strikes today, he said, we are hearing in the media, and I'm quoting now, it's on my channel if you want to go see the real video quoted, but we are hearing in the media reports that we are being released to strike Russian targets with long-range Western American supplied weapons. He goes, remember, this is just media. But then he said, what will be real is when you see the missiles in action. So he was confirming for sure, but also tempering it to say, hang on, wait till you see this stuff in action. So at that point, and the renegades know now, France came out, Britain came out, says, okay, we support this. You will be released to use our weapons as well. And, there'll be some modifications in that. So basically, when you're looking at ATACMS, you're looking at a 306-kilometer range at the max. If Ukraine were to put those launching systems on the very border, they can reach Smolensk, which is south of Moscow. They can reach Bryansk, Voronezh, Belgorod. They can tear Kursk up. So it increases that. Of course, Ukraine will not be placing those ATACMS on the border. That would be stupid. They will have them in cover. They will fire. They will then move them quickly. It will happen at night because it is a very difficult war. So that is all good news. So then, Andrew, I was hunting for more confirmation. And more confirmation started to come through Donald Trump's team. And I'm very appreciative of that. Elon Musk showing his contempt by arguing with Pravda back and forth about how, the liberal Democrats are now going to just unleash hell on the world and World War III is starting. Bunch of crap. Like, we don't need to defend Ukraine. And I'm not here pro or anti-Musk. I'm just saying this is what he was saying. And then I can't stand. Listen, I'm a Reaganite Republican. I'm not a Trumper. I'm not a MAGA. I am a Reaganite, and that's okay. I was completely against Donald Trump, and for sure I'm against Donald Trump Jr. I can't stand the guy. I'd love to pop him. I don't know if I can say that or not, but I'd love to pop him.
Many people would.
But I will tell you this. He then comes out and starts confirming it, trolling. Okay, now we have unleashed World War III. So we have confirmation across multiple avenues. We have confirmation from Vladimir Zelensky, from the media reports from Joe Biden. The White House has yet to comment, as I have seen on the initial release. But there was another source that made me feel extremely confident, and that is the president of Lithuania. He confirmed it as well, 100%, that Ukraine has been released with these weapons. Now, we need the weapons there. Now we need the supply there.
Needs to get there.
Additionally, a guy named Zarubin. Zarubin is the personal reporter for Vladimir Putin. So in that Kremlin war machine, you have multiple facets. Of course, there are some famous people we know, such, of course, as the evil dictator Vladimir Putin, the evil archbishop, KGB, FSB operative, mastermind of all things dark, Archbishop Kirill. It's an evil, evil network of hatred and espionage. Then we see the faces of Lavrov and Dmitry Peskov. And then you move into the propaganda arm, which is completely connected to Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin, people like Margarita Simonyan and Solovyov, all these people that are famous as talking heads and evil spewers of venom and lies. Yeah. But there is one person you always need to pay attention to, and I'm giving you guys a good hint tonight. Not a hint, reality. Listen to Zarubin. You may ask, okay, Greg, who is Zarubin? Zarubin is the personal reporter of Vladimir Putin. He is the guy that travels with him. He is allowed personal access. It's not like a press secretary as we would see here in the United States. It is literally a personal secretary and media person. And the reason I say listen to him, because I know people are going to say, well, don't listen to anybody from Russia. Agree with you. But if you do listen to anybody, you listen to Zarubin. Because with Zarubin, you are typically getting comments directly from Lavrov, directly from Putin. Of course, it's in Russian. I'll translate them. But as soon as this news broke, I went straight to Zarubin, and he put out a message that said this: they are coming now. They are released to strike us. And I remind you of what Vladimir Putin said a few weeks ago, and he replayed the video. And that video was of Vladimir Putin talking and speaking about if Ukraine is released to fire Western weapons such as long-range systems, as ATACMS or others, that will be a direct attack of NATO on us, and Russia will respond, realizing that we are at war, not only with Ukraine, but with NATO. And when I played that video again today and voiced it over and translated it on the fly, Vladimir Putin multiple times used the Russian word "vaina," which is translated war. So not special military operation, but actually war. So that is where we're at. I think a lot of the cards that fell were the election in the United States, of course, and the transitions that are happening here played a role in this. Additionally, the call of Olaf Scholz was a mistake. But being a mistake, it may turn out to be one of the best things that has happened for Ukraine. May. And of course, that'll be perspective and opinion. But for sure, I honestly believe that played a role in Vladimir Putin releasing that attack today. And I'm hoping that the world, led by Joe Biden today, finally, after almost 3 years, said enough is enough. And if we need to risk escalation, if we need to risk World War III, then it's time. Now, there were a lot of other narratives coming along that the reason the White House did this was to support the Kursk initiative and the Kursk invasion, so that Ukraine would be better able to hold on. At the peak, we held about 1,150 square kilometers of Russian sovereign territory. Right now, we're holding about 590 square kilometers of Russian territory because Russia has mounted a counteroffensive. They were reinforced recently with 50,000 troops.
Yep.
And between 10 and 12,000 North Koreans. So part of the thinking behind it, and I don't care what the thinking behind it is, to be quite honest. I'm just glad this is happening. But let's help Ukraine defend the Kursk region. Maybe they were thinking, because this is really a powerful bargaining chip if we go to negotiations in the future. Ukraine is holding sovereign Russian territory. Okay, I understand and get that. Another narrative that is floating around, and the narratives I'm sharing with you guys is not American narratives. These are the things I shared on the live stream today. These are the thoughts coming from inside Ukraine. So it could be to support the Kursk. It could be that this particular missile strike was the one that pushed them over the edge, which is not really logical because it's been happening nonstop. There have been like 73 days between massive missile attacks. And today, Andriy Kovalenko, who is a very trusted military analyst in Ukraine that I follow and get a lot of my information from to share, stated that by his calculations, Russia has at least enough supply to do between 5 and 8 more of these massive missile strikes, even if they wanted to do one a week, because it takes planning, it takes logistics. You are a veteran. By the way, Veterans Day, thank you for your service, my friend.
Thank you for support.
You're welcome. Appreciate you.
Shout out all veterans in chat. All veterans, thank you for your service.
100% veterans plus. But it's just a lot of factors that went into it. But I really believe that North Korea is playing a big role in this, releasing for Biden to come and say, let's do it. We can't sleep on North Korea. That would be a huge mistake. They have 1.5 million soldiers. They are a nuclear nation. It was just 36 hours ago. But this also may play a role in it. Kim Jong-un released his military infrastructure and complexes to start mass producing drones. And listen, you can laugh at them all you want. You can make fun of them all you want. You can watch the social media where they're trolled and they're horrible, they're horrible, they have old junk, whatever. There's 1.5 million of them and 5 million reserves, and there is something about quantity. We talk about the losses of Russia, daily in their meat grinder, but that's the Soviet mindset of warfare. And you say, well, they're just going to run out. Have they run out yet? No, they haven't run out. They're reinforced with 30,000 soldiers a month, and now we have North Korea getting involved. Sternyenko geotagged trains coming from North Korea into Ukraine. We already know equipment is there. We know that soldiers are there, not only in the Kursk region, but also in sovereign Ukraine, and they definitely are in the Lugansk Oblast. Definitely, 100% North Koreans are in the Lugansk Oblast, putting pressure on the Kharkiv Oblast and the Kupiansk direction, 100%. But when these train cars were geotagged, and Sternyenko is the one that did it, another Ukrainian analyst and blogger, very trustworthy, raised millions and millions and millions of dollars for the Ukrainian war effort. Great guy. When that was geotagged, I think maybe that may have played a role in it. We're talking about a ton of stuff coming, and without with the horizon moving into 2025, not knowing what is going to happen, the time was right. Of course, we're all going to say it was late. It should have already happened, and I completely agree with that. But let's be thankful. I'm not throwing hopium out there, trying to state facts to the best of my ability. We now, as Volodymyr Zelensky said, we will see. The only thing that I would wish would have happened is we would have struck first and talked later. Because right now there's warning, and I guarantee you that stuff is moving backwards right now. Stuff's moving backwards. So, you know, in a beautiful narrative, it would have been great for Ukraine to just smash them with attackums, and if some
And then we
scouts,
talk about it
Storm
afterwards.
Shadows were in that, and then Biden come out and go, oh, by the way, we gave permission for that. You know,
that's what I was
that would have been
hoping too.
great. But hey, we're not. We're gonna be thankful for where we're at. The war definitely now will turn. And I'm very thankful that the world is now putting pressure on Vladimir Putin. And, you know, Joe Biden, kudos to you, sir. You're still the president of the United States. And kudos to you for releasing that today. I can tell you additionally, there are some very encouraged Ukrainians tonight. Very encouraged. And they feel some optimism finally that some of the promises and some of the thoughts for possibilities for the future with Ukraine being able to crank up the attacks inside Russia are coming. As I tailor out, and then, you know, we can talk about whatever you want. Of course, this was not a response to that. Okay, just a couple of hours ago, after Joe Biden and the White House released Ukraine to do this, and the world went with all this news. Unfortunately, Sumy was struck tonight with a massive missile strike just about 2 hours ago. And we have 10 killed, including a 9-year-old child and a 14-year-old kid. A 2-year-old wounded severely, probably will lose his life. 51 injured. It was a residential building that was struck on a Sunday night, of course, when everybody's at home. And, you know, let's just be real about this. Probably not enough time after the Biden announcement that Putin or, you know, generals would say, hey, all right, let's respond, smash a city and fire upon Sumy. It takes, you know, it takes time to prepare missile strikes like that. But on the other side, it could have been stopped. You know, it may take a day to plan a strike and prepare things, but you can stop it in 1 second by saying, halt, don't do it. And that didn't happen. So we look at it that way. After the announcement, a couple hours after it, is when Sumy was struck. So tonight we remember Sumy, a lot of pain happening in Sumy tonight. So that's the picture in a nutshell. And thankful. So now we just watch it. We watch it, we report the facts, and does this escalate the war? By all means. By all means.
Exactly. So one of the things too with the North Korean soldiers, while they're, you know, they have the show things they do, like plays for Kim Jong-un to make him happy. The fear is that I've signaled to my audience is, well, now they're getting experience, right? They're cannon fodder. But what if some of them survive, or like the leadership are watching how it's done? It's still going to be Soviet tactics, but it goes from showing and show and tell for Kim Jong-un to, they're practicing, meat grinder tactics. It's not gonna be any different than Russia, but it's still like something that you can't just laugh at now. It's or something that you can't take seriously, because not only are they, again, like a sizable force, but they're also now getting real combat experience now, which is very scary and something that I don't want to see.
Let's think about this, and this is a fact. This is not operational security information, but the reality is in the Karakova line, which is under intense pressure. We're losing some ground in Karakova, which is, if you look at the war map, it's on the very southeast corner in the little hook there, a stronghold for Ukraine. It's been under war conditions for over 10 years. Is Karakova, a very key logistical town there on the river. That's where the dam was just blown, and some logistics for Ukraine had to back up. And then, of course, Russia was able to move in and put more pressure on Karakova. Just in Karakova, Russian soldiers outnumber Ukrainian soldiers 6-1. 6-1. So when you think about, okay, well, it's just like you're saying. You can look at them as numbers and you can look at them as a show, but there's numbers. And for the Soviet style of warfare, and that's what I call it, the Soviet mentality of warfare, it is grind, lose people, and burn everything to the ground.
Scorched earth.
And scorched earth. And over time, we just continue the pressure. We continue the pressure. Continue the pressure. North Korea coming doesn't help that. So regardless of what they can do, and I will tell you this, one of the things when I was doing some analysis and talking about the North Koreans when they were coming, and we already had confirmation that there were up to 10,000 Lugansk oblasts, and that was about a month ago, and I was sharing it. One of the things that North Koreans are very good at, though, is engineering. They're very good at digging trenches. They're very good at building fortifications. So, you can take the language barrier off the table, because it only takes one commander to tell another commander, okay, take your 800 and go build, 14 kilometers of trenches. So the bottom line is, okay, so June the 19th, Vladimir Putin went to Pyongyang. He took the white horses in his limousines, gave them some cars, they made an agreement, and then North Koreans started openly, they were already shipping, but openly shipping equipment to Russia after that. And then it was about a month ago that Vladimir Putin submitted to the Rada there in Moscow a new amendment, a new law that would put North Korea and Russia in a binding military pact, military agreement, that if either nation was attacked or in wartime activity, they would support each other. Especially if they were invaded on their sovereign territory, which we see Ukraine in the Kursk region. I can tell you it was about 2 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, that Vladimir Putin actually signed that into law. The Rada approved it, of course. It was signed into law. So, say what you want. There is a binding agreement now between Russia and North Korea. We have Iran. The Chinese are at the minimum. Although it was reported this week that Chinese weapons are now flowing to Russia. We'll wait for some more facts on that before we'd ever share it. It's just conjecture right now, but there are multiple outlets reporting that, and not only Russia and Chinese, but Ukrainian, American, other sources as well. So when you see all of that, finally, man, a difference was made today for Ukraine.
Yep.
So
it's good news. It's good news. It's you gotta take it when you can, especially right now. What are some other things that can get done in these next couple of months before the unknown? Right. I'm hoping for the best, but we have the unknown coming into, right? So, we do know what do we have for the next 2 months? What can be done?
Okay, your answer, unknown, is 100% correct, and I agree with it. It's unknown. Okay. I call it the KKKP. These are the 4 most important places. Number 1 is Kursk. We need to do everything we can do to hold on to Kursk. I honestly believe, if I had to just say, okay, Greg, stop trying to give us facts now and give us your opinion. You've worked there for 26 years. You run with the soldiers on the front. What is your opinion? Okay, my opinion is the number one reason that this was released today was to help Ukraine with Kursk. I honestly believe that as number one. Not only because of the mass of soldiers there, Ukraine is losing some of it, North Korea coming, but it is such a powerful statement for Ukraine to be holding onto that. And Kursk must be a priority over the next couple of months, not only to hold on to it, but I'd love to even see Ukraine now try to punch back with another counteroffensive in the Kursk region. And the ATACMS and other longer range weapons can assist with that because it will back up Russia. It will back up those airplanes. It will back up those launchers. And that is good. That will be good for cities like Chernihiv. It will be good for Sumy. It will be good for Kharkiv. Very, very important. And down on the south, to be honest, it'll be good for Zaporizhia. If they can take some of that and fire into that southern area where Zaporizhia is being hit from very regularly now, not to the level of Kharkiv, but it is approaching Zaporizhia every day under assault there in the city itself, not just the region. So some of the priorities over the next couple of months, I would say, would be definitely to do everything we can do to not only to hold on to Kursk, value that, recognize that it was not a mistake for Ukraine to go there. It was wisdom, and we need to rally and cheer that on because they were able to do that operation without anything leaking. That is why they had success at it. Secondly, out of the other three places, which is Kupiansk and Kharkov and Pokrovsk. So Kursk in the far northeast there in sovereign Russia, Ukraine there. That's priority. The other two Ks, which is Kupiansk and Kharkov. Kupiansk is a city in the Kharkiv Oblast, just a little bit south and east of Kharkiv and Izum in that region. It is a logistical important city, pre-war about 30,000 people. So if you're watching tonight, whatever size your town, or travel to a town that has 30,000 people in it, and that's the size of Kupiansk. Beautiful town. I've supported that front and been there many times, know all the roads. Kupiansk, going to be tough to hold. Russia has a foothold in the northeast of it where they have access on the paved road, and I'll speak about paved roads last. It's going to be a big battle there in Kupiansk. So this will help them, but Kupiansk is going to be a big battle. Unfortunately, Kharkov, unless something crazy happens, will fall. It's not doom and gloom, and I'm not being a prophet and trying to be a naysayer. It's just logistical facts. It's basically surrounded on three sides.
That pocket's getting tough. That whole pocket's getting tough.
Pocket, dude. And right now, Ukraine needs to save lives. And you know, sometimes we call it in football, you got to back up and punt. On Kharkov, we need to back up and punt. So for me, Kupiansk and Kharkov, I would defend them and do the best we can, but they're not as important in the big picture as holding the ground in Kursk. And then most importantly is Pokrovsk. Pokrovsk, which you know well, you've been there. That is, it's not operational security, it is public information. That is the logistical hub for Ukraine and the southern front and the southeastern front. And then on that eastern push coming into Konstantinivka, Chasiv Yar and Toretsk under an immense amount of pressure right now. Russia does hold the center of Toretsk. That is a fact. And they have moved deeper on the southern side of Chasiv Yar, putting fire down on the Chasiv Yar. There are only about 300 people left in Chasiv Yar. And they may never leave, to be honest with you. There are people that stay. Kharkov also down to about 500 people. It's just way too dangerous. It's dangerous. So Pokrovsk and Kursk we need to watch those. They will be foundational. In addition to that, continue to watch how Zaporizhia is hit with airstrikes, how Kharkiv is hit. Don't worry, Russia cannot take Sumy, Russia cannot take Kharkiv, and Russia cannot take Zaporizhia. There's not a snowball's chance. You have seen the fortifications there with your own eyes. They're defended well. And, you know, unfortunately, if we lose Karakova, we're going to back up some kilometers to the next fortification lines that are strong enough. If we were to lose Pokrovsk, we'd back up 30 kilometers, and then Dnipro and Zaporizhia are under intense pressure. And we lose that supply route and logistical center into the south and the front. The pressure down in Orikhiv and Robolny is intensifying. Russia wants Orikhiv, not for Orikhiv itself, but actually they want to go up on the hill above Orikhiv and be able to continue to fire on Zaporizhia. That's common knowledge there. It's no OPSEC there, but that's what they want. So it's good to continue to defend Orikhiv, which is just right down south of Pokrovsk and Pavlograd, that area. In addition to that, the last thing I would say that we need to watch for coming in, you asked about the next couple of months, are two things. The weather. Let's watch the weather. So far, it's been mild. Unseasonably mild, which has extended the ability to move for both sides, for Russia and for Ukraine. And then secondly, I pound this almost every day, watch the paved roads. The paved roads are the most important things in the winter. And the paved road that comes out of Pokrovsk and comes down to a town called Constantinople and Andriivka is under intense assault nonstop because it's the only good paved road connecting the Dnipro to Pokrovsk road, the Zaporizhia Karakova road. And there's a paved road that comes right down. Russia's getting close to it and they're hitting it hard. And Ukraine needs to hold that paved road, but that still, you know, talks along with Pokrovsk. But just in general, in Kursk and Sumy, in Kharkiv, all out in the eastern regions, all around that Kramatorsk area with the Seversk area, the Chasiv Yar, Torets coming down into Karakova, Pokrovsk, Orikhiv, all of those areas, watch for paved roads. Whoever controls the paved roads has the advantage because off of that, very, very bad roads. So that's it in a nutshell, man.
Yep. How can people find you and watch your work? You had a stream earlier today. How can people find you and support you?
I did, and thank you for the shout out there. It's Greg Terry Experience, and I know there's a lot of your folks in here that support you, and they jump over and help me out as well, you know. And I'm very thankful for that. I've really tried to. You know, on live streams, it's different. You know, it's like you and I right now. I'm saying, okay, you asked, what is my thoughts on the next 2 months? Well, I can give my thoughts. It's not a fact. I'm giving my thoughts from the experience and talking to Ukrainians. But I'm really on my short videos, really trying to push facts only and really trying to push the facts that I can confirm really with Volodymyr Zelensky or others there that I trust, not really a pure-born media source. I want to be sharing facts. And on the live streams, a lot more interaction and talking and some conjecture and just like you do. Let's discuss it. Let's look at it. Let's discuss it. But it's Greg Terry Experience, and thank you, man. I appreciate it. I will tell you this. I don't know who I was talking to a couple of days ago. But I have respect for you, Andrew. You rolled the front, and you've been there multiple times with your NAFO events, and the way that the Renegades and yourself have supported Ukraine. They're grateful, man. And every dollar spent, every minute that you spent, difficult roads, no sleep, air alarms, drones, everything. It's worth it, man. And just a big shout out to you and thank you. And I appreciate you for putting your body where your mouth is. And that's a compliment. Not your money where your mouth is, your body. Oh, yeah. You know, you're talking about Ukraine, you put your butt over there and say, okay, let's go check it out. Let's go report about it. Let's go see it with my own eyes. Let me be somebody's eyes and ears. You know, everybody can't go. And now it's much more difficult, to be quite honest, to get to even, you know, where some of the places I was taking you. It's a mess. I'm just shooting with you straight now.
Yeah.
It's a mess. But a lot of encouragement came Ukraine's way today. So, for all of you wonderful Ukrainian supporters, thank you. Thank you for supporting through Andrew, through myself, through others. And the biggest salute is to the good people of the world and all these communities that are standing for what's right. And, we've been pounding the table and we've been screaming and we've been sharing and we've been doing everything we can do. And, whatever unfolds from this, we will see. You can't give conjecture about that. We will see. But today is a day, finally, we have something to smile about and to share about. And now let's see what happens.
Exactly. Well, Greg Terry, thank you so much for your time. I'm hoping we can play Warzone and the new Black Ops 6 soon. It's a great one. I've been,
Dude,
like I said, I'm addicted to the thing. Can't stop playing it. I can't stop playing it.
This. My partner that I play with, Najee, and I came on and played with you one night, Guzman.
Yeah.
And right now, I've been traveling for 3 weeks in Virginia. And next weekend, I'm in Los Angeles speaking. But I'm home this week in Pennsylvania, and I will be returning to Ukraine right after Christmas. I'll be there for January and February. I like going in January and February, the hardest time, the coldest time, the most difficult time to get there and support the soldiers and encourage them, deliver aid. But I will tell you, I'm spending a little time in the evenings trying to get the feel of it. It definitely feels different, the movements and all that. But bro, I'm loving it.
Yeah.
And let me get my game a little bit more on par, and we'll drop another dub.
All right, buddy.
Oh, by the way, for those of you that don't know it, Andrew and I did stream. I jumped on a stream one night and played Warzone, and we did get a dub.
Yeah, we did. We've got a couple. We've gotten a few now, actually. We've got more than one.
Yes, we have.
All right.
We have. Not too bad. Hey, man, thank you, all the Renegades. Appreciate all of you. Andrew, thank you, brother.
Sounds good, buddy. Till next time.
All right.
Bye.
Yep.
All right. That was Greg Terry from the Greg Terry Experience YouTube channel and other social media. I went with Greg around the front lines this last time I went to Ukraine. Went to the front with NAFO last year. Where's my webcam? There I am. To actually right outside of Avdiivka. That's how I know Mirnograd and Pokrovsk, because we had to go there. And well, the Russians were like way back here last year. But we went to position like, it was like in here somewhere. We didn't have our phones on us, but it was like somewhere in here, or like in this somewhere in that area, maybe. It was close, or even back here, who knows. But it was between Mirnograd and Avdiivka, somewhere in this chunk. We were at an artillery position and brought them trucks and drones. So that's how I was able to see what Pokrovsk and Mirnograd look like. But we went with Greg around the front, and I still have to upload those videos because I still haven't done that yet. I'm terrible at uploading videos. I'm great at streaming, terrible at editing and uploading videos. If there are any solid video editors out there, I do need you. I do need help. I do it. I've gotten better at editing, but it's still such a process, and I'm streaming so many hours, and there's only so many hours in a day, and editing does take time. It's not quick. I've tried to cut corners and do the best I can, but it still takes some time. So anyone that edits, hit me up. Great stream tonight. Thank you so much, FM. We're not done yet. And also Nurse Sean, thank you so much for the support there. Yeah, we've had great conversations tonight so far with Dylan Burns, Brandon Mitchell, Ryan O'Leary, Greg Terry, and we have messaged a few others. Maybe we can get on in the rest of the week here as the week goes on, because it's overnight in Ukraine right now. It's like early morning. So this news is a lot of Ukrainians and people are going to be waking up to it in the next couple hours here. Let me see. I did save some takes and opinions earlier. David Sachs is mad. Haxon Jinkle's mad. There's the post. Biden authorized Ukraine to use the powerful ATACMS long-range weapon for limited strikes inside Russia in response to North Korea's deployment of thousands of troops to aid Moscow's war effort, 2 senior U.S. officials told the Washington Post. The easing of restrictions on allowing Kyiv to use ATACMS to hit targets inside of Russia is significant reversal in U.S. policy and comes as some 10,000 elite North Korean troops have been sent to Kursk to help Moscow retake territory gained by Ukraine. The Biden administration fears that more North Korean special forces units could follow in support of this effort. The move precedes by 2 months of the return of Trump, who has signaled he intends to find a diplomatic off-ramp right? The unknown. Here's responses. Hacks and Jinkle not happy. And Votnik reactions. Said Zelensky has just sealed his fate. His world will soon implode, just like every other U.S. puppet eventually does. Dead man walking. Fuck Ukraine. Mad. And this is one of Putin's strongest soldiers. American cuck. And this is one of the examples of the tanky fascist hybrid that I've been telling you guys about, right? That exist out here. Okay, crazies, extremists. This guy will go wherever the wind blows for enemies of the U.S. All of them, every single one. He'll find a way to do propaganda for him. Everyone, because he did. He started with Russia, then he went to Palestine and any Middle Eastern country, China, Iran, Hezbollah. I think Jackson Hinkle's a fan of him, or I think Jackson Hinkle literally went to some Middle Eastern country like during their call to prayer and like did some propaganda. It was insane. Like if it's an enemy of the U.S., Jackson Hinkle's their best friend. Openly, publicly. Another one, David Sachs, who unfortunately is getting a lot of credit for the upcoming Trump administration, which is very scary because David Sachs is terrible. And he's mad too. On the same day that lame duck Biden is escalating the war in Ukraine, the New York Times op-ed page admits the war is lost and Trump should try to negotiate peace ASAP. America is not going to save Ukraine. Maybe we need Mr. Trump to finally say so out loud and act accordingly. And David Sachs has been one of Putin's strongest warriors, just like Jackson Hinkle, on this Elon Musk platform. Which, by the way, you guys, really quick, a lot of you left this platform in 2022. You told me so. You're like, I would have followed you on there, but I left because of Elon. You told me that like 2 years ago. I remember it. Many of you told me this. There's a new one. There's a new social media really fast that you should all follow me on, called Blue Sky Social. It's literally Twitter, but happier. Make America healthy again. Yeah, this is crazy work. I mean, sucked into American politics. Stop. Tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow. There's a lot to talk about. But follow me on Blue Sky. It's literally Twitter, but not Twitter without the fascism. Twitter without Nazis being Nazis, and being proud of it. Okay. There's going to be a lot of information I'm going to have to get on this platform, especially takes from people like David Sachs, okay, and others. However, if you don't want to be on here because it's very bad for your mental health and very bad for your health to be on X now, Blue Sky seems to be a much better platform, even for just engagements, to be honest. I have 1,000 followers now on Blue Sky. I have 6,000 on X. There's some people over here watching. Thank you to everybody over here on X watching. Hopefully Blue Sky can do a stream soon. But I get hardly any engagements on X, and I have 6 times the amount of followers. I have 6,000 followers on this thing. Blue Sky, 1,000 more engagements. I don't know. It's not algorithm based. I mean, it is if you're in the Discover tab, but you can literally set up your own feed to where people you want to follow are in that. It's kind of like bookmarking, but for your following feed. Like bookmarking works on Twitter. I like that feature, but sometimes I forget to hit the bookmark button. Here you can just put them in a whole list. It's a list, but it's better here than and then I can click the different tabs on what I want to follow. I don't know. I think Blue Sky is going to be a better platform. All around. Threads is still there. I do have Threads. It's in the description. I'm on there, but for what you guys are looking for news updates, and I bet you here in like a couple months I'll be just using Blue Sky to browse like I do on X. There's a lot of the information here, like all the top Twitter accounts that I cared about are coming over here, going over to Blue Sky, all of them. Also too here really quick to connect it to Ukraine. I mean, I'm canceling my blue check here too. So I'm not going to have reach anyways. So blue check will be canceled, and then I'm staying on there for a while. but I don't really want to anymore. You know what I mean? I just don't want to be there. Elon Musk owns the thing. He bought it for very specific reasons, not for what he sells, not for free speech and to have a arena for everyone, whatever. Okay, it was very targeted. It was very, very purposeful for what he did with Twitter. Twitter was a great tool for news, current events, people finding information fast, and you get to interact with celebrities and other influencers, right? Or respond to them if you want, right? It was a cool thing. Well, it lasted. It was a cool tool, and then Elon bought it and destroyed it completely. That was on purpose. That was part of the plan. There's other plans there, but one of them was literally destroying it for the useful tool it was. And now it's just garbage and OnlyFans models and misinformation and Russian simping, and Elon doing it himself. Because Elon does it himself. It's like he owns the app. He promotes propagandists on here, the most extreme ones, and then he himself is also engaging in it. So there's no escape unless you block him, but then you remember, oh, the whole platform is him. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay on there. I'll be on there just obviously for reading and reacting to the other people that are going to be in power here in a couple months. But in terms of my own postings and like engaging with community, I'm probably just going to do that on Blue Sky and my already existing social media that I use, like Twitter or like YouTube and Facebook. Because Facebook's fine. It's a boomer platform, but I mean, for people my age, I'm 31. I'm not that old, but I mean, there's a lot of people there still. There's a lot of people on Facebook, but Facebook is not a platform you're going to find current events. Like you're not on Facebook, like searching. You have like influencers on there, like people you follow, whatever, but it's not like a Twitter where you're finding current information like right now, which is what Twitter was good for. Dog shit now. So I'm hoping that this Blue Sky, I mean, you already got the hashtag discovery thing. People are already setting up their own list. So you can create your own list and then other people can just click follow on it. You click science, you can follow or pin it. I don't know. I think it'll be a better platform overall. I like it. But Elon Musk here, Visegrad posted, which Visegrad's another dog shit platform. Many pro-Ukraine individuals follow Visegrad because they sometimes post pro-Ukraine information. Okay? It's a honeypot. They're bad. The U.S. cannot force us to sit and listen at the negotiating table. We are an independent country. So they took a quote from Elon, right? They're quoting Elon, or they're quoting Zelensky. And then Elon goes, his sense of humor is amazing. Essentially saying like, you think you're an independent country? No, you're not. I just can't. I don't know anyone that would. That one went somewhere though. Many people like that one. Not only Elon, he'll throttle any tweets that are against him, if not even put a label on it. It's so cucked. It's so bad. He is personally like personal tweets from randoms at him. He'll put a whole thing on there. Limited hate speech, discovery limited. It's like, bro. Elon, yeah, he's done some shit, but I can't respect him. Why should I? Why do I? You don't have to respect people that do things, right? But if they're like a dog shit person, does that make sense? I don't know how to put it. Like Elon, he has money. He finances things. I don't really know if like, I mean, yeah, he did PayPal but he even had people help him with that. He took Tesla. You know what I mean? Like he bought Twitter. He didn't create Twitter. He didn't invent the fucking thing. He bought the thing. I feel like he's done that with many of his ventures. He's just rich. He's good at his money. But in terms of like, why do I need to respect someone like this? I mean, I never will, and I shouldn't have to. No one should. You shouldn't. I mean, you can do what you want, but someone that is playing with a country like this, and Elon, who's the richest man in the world, and he already has. He's throttled. I think I don't know if Ryan brought it up or Dylan in our conversation when Elon throttled the Starlink when Ukraine was conducting operations in the Black Sea to try to make moves on the peninsula, on the Crimean Peninsula. Elon throttled the Starlink connection, so they couldn't communicate. And then he was like, I just don't want to be an assistant to World War III. I just didn't want to assist. It's like, I don't even want to be on the thing with him. I don't even want to be on this. Like, I don't want this world. And you don't have to either, because clearly the people that support Elon and shit, like really are his fan base, don't like you either. So I like Blue Sky. X gives me brain aneurysms, brain worms. Tough times over there. All right. If you're just joining us, you guys, we've had great conversations tonight. We have our breaking news, but I tell you what, we've had some great conversations with many individuals tonight. I'm going to continue that. We also had a coffee, 3 hot dogs come in. Jamie said bonk. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you to all the members on the stream and everybody that keeps me streaming. You guys are amazing. You guys are absolutely amazing for doing so. Okay.
Right now is former Republican Congressman Denver Riggleman. I'm going to get to that, but first I want to ask you about the breaking news regarding the Biden administration allowing you.
What's the handle? The link here. Blue Sky. Here, they should give you a link in the chat right now.
Ukraine now to use long-range U.S. missiles to strike into Russia. What is your reaction to that?
Well done. I was just in Ukraine. I got back last month. Alex, I probably should have told you, some other time. But yeah, I was just in Ukraine, and I think this is a fantastic opportunity and a fantastic decision to project power against Russia. And I think it's a fantastic decision. It's hard for me, to go into all the variables right in that decision making. But in these last 2 months, before Donald Trump is inaugurated, I think it's this time right now that we need to make sure that Russia understands what that pushback is as they're trying to make way and take more territory in Ukraine.
Okay, well, so you were in Ukraine. Give me a sense of what the feeling is about the war right now and where it stands. How badly do Ukrainians want it to end? How do they want it to end? When do they want it to end? I mean, what are the circumstances around all of that?
Sure. And Alex, had the good fortune to meet so many individuals, and some that were directly involved in combat. I got to look at specific types of drones. I got to look at the intelligence that was being pushed from the front lines. Again, I was very fortunate to see that, and I understand it. I was a military officer, but I was a mission planner. I was in intelligence. So what I saw there was still this incredible resolve. I don't think they want the war to end unless Russia is pushed all the way out of their territories. But that was the fear that was expressed to me, that if Donald Trump were to win, what does that do for future funding? And what does that do for their ability to push back against Russia's ability to scale their armaments much quicker than Ukraine? So those are some of the things that I got to see. I also got to see some of the ways that they were tracking Russian military assets, and it was incredibly novel. And I think the U.S. could actually learn from them. And I would think that we would want to have a bigger presence there as far as advisors, but actually learning from the Ukrainian armed forces and how they're attacking Russian assets.
Can this be a game changer, though? Can Ukraine win with the use of U.S. long-range missiles?
Not just on its own. I mean, if it was a part of an acceleration of assistance, yes, like in terms of, okay, we're digging in, we're giving Ukraine what they need to win, but we're not doing that yet. Okay, we're not in that. We're in sustainment. We're the aid to Ukraine and the weapon systems is like to get them to just survive. Basically, it's not like it's to actually help Ukraine go get territory. But no, on its own, it won't be like an immediate shift, but it's something like we talked with Ryan like about an hour ago or so, where it could be a good ripple effect. It's going to be a morale booster for the troops on the front lines, like those Russian bases that house North Korean troops now. That's up for those are going to get hit. Those are going to get destroyed, which will alleviate the frontline positions and the basic infantry soldier and what they're going through defending territory inside of Ukraine. So while it's not good, I don't think it'll be like a major, like now Ukraine's about to start liberating territory, and just, I mean, it's got to be many more decisions, stronger decisions. And until we're like in that, and I'm comfortable to be like hopium about that, but we're not there right now. We're still in kind of like we're waiting for Trump, to be honest. We're all waiting for Trump to see what's going to happen. So this is a good move Biden can make. Well, he's still the president, but we need to give Ukraine a victory package. I quote General Ben Hodges. Okay, we need to give you. We need to talk about victory, and I'm going to help Ukraine win, not help Ukraine just sustain or as long as it takes. As long as it takes, Ukraine. Well, Ukraine doesn't want to wait as long as it takes. They want to win now. They don't want to lose more. They don't want to lose more lives. They don't want to continue this any longer. Everyone's talking about anyone that's actually supported Trump or maybe his anti-war messaging really did good for you for some reason. Ukraine doesn't want to fight a war either. Ukraine doesn't want to be at war. They don't want to be dying and losing family members and spend all their entire existence right now at war. You think they want to? No. Russia brought the war to them. Russia is trying to take their territory. They're trying to take their land. And Ukraine doesn't want to give their land to Russia, and they don't want to be Russian. They don't want that. They want to be their own independent country like anyone would. Any normal person would. They want your independence. You don't want someone else controlling you. Russia wants to control Ukraine. Ukraine's been independent since 1991. We signed a security agreement in the year of 1994. It's called the Budapest Memorandum. That means if any country were to invade Ukraine after we took their nukes away, we are to assist them. So we're also abiding by our security agreements, which we're supposed to do. Russia broke it, obviously, because they invaded. They signed it too, but they invaded Ukraine. We're abiding by it. So are the other Western countries.
You know, it's a great question. I think in 2 months, it's going to be very difficult to win. I do think it gives them some time and space for better negotiations when Trump comes into power. But we don't know what Donald Trump's going to do. I mean, he has stated that he's going to end the war as quickly as possible, which doesn't really bode well for Ukraine. And that really does, I think, suggest a brokered peace on territory already taken, which is a massive fear of the Ukrainians. But I think what we need to do right now is we need to deplete as much of the Russian military actions as we can. And over the next 2 months, that could give the Ukrainians a leg up on any negotiations going forward.
And listen, that's the way Volodymyr Zelensky said. He would like to see the war end. Of course, it would have to be done diplomatically. He believes under the incoming administration it might be done more quickly. This based on a phone call that he had with Donald Trump just this week.
Johnny Yuma, who I know is a known troll here, Russian troll, MAGA troll. I don't. What you just choose the crazy. Trump must keep his promise and toss out Ukraine. Okay. Weird. You put me in a position of defending Trump in a weird case scenario, but he's never said he's going to toss it out. He just says he has this magical 24-hour peace plan. He never said anything about tossing it out. That's the caveat to it. That's why you can say, like, you know, who knows? Maybe personally he'll get affected by this and he'll decide, I actually support Ukraine now. I changed my mind, because he doesn't keep any of his promises anyways. Sorry to speak the truth. Doesn't keep any of his goddamn promises regardless. So I would be happy if he broke this one. I'd be happy with the one that he said at his base, there's going to be peace. War bad. And then he continues, like, I'll be like, good. Maybe you shouldn't have trusted him. I don't know, because he lies. I don't know. But like, I'm not going to push against that though, because I obviously want the support to Ukraine. So it's not going to be something I'll be, just because like I don't like Trump, I'm not going to be like, Trump made a strong decision for Ukraine. I can't support this now. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. No, it'd be like a good thing, right? It'd be a really, really good thing. If anything, I'd probably troll Trump supporters even harder then. Like, oh, your guy told you he wasn't going to support Ukraine. Now he is. Haha. I'd probably have a good time with it, but I wouldn't be mad, because I want Ukraine to win. I want Ukraine to fight this. I've been there, talked to the people there, ate dinner with them, share a table with them. It's different than when you're over here and you're at home and you're like kind of chilling. Maybe empathy is tough sometimes. I feel it, because there's a lot going on here. But when you go there and you talk to people and you experience artillery and drones are trying to kill you, and then you understand like what Russia's about and you see what they do, it adds a different perspective to it, and you start to actually care about it, right? Like me and many others, millions of others. Thankfully, there are a lot of people that, despite not going to Ukraine and they're not able to, maybe they do have empathy for Ukraine and they do want to support Ukraine even without going there. So it's like lots of people legitimately do support Ukraine. And if Trump can somehow find it within his own personal interest, because it's all personal interest for Trump, to support Ukraine, then I'm not going to be against that. Why would I? It's like one of those like prove me wrong type things. Please do so. I would love to. And then I also would love to see his supporters cry about it. Like really did. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm actually, like, if you really want to know, I am legitimately praying for Trump to personally find an interest to support Ukraine, and then his own supporters that voted for him to be this anti-war thing will be mad, and I'll be very happy about that, and I'll laugh at you.
How do you see it ending? I mean, would it be diplomatically?
You know, Alex, there's so many variables because, like, I know we're going to talk about the picks in the Trump administration, the lack of competence that I see coming in the DNI and SecDef space.
That's the other concern, right? Because, like, well, Trump wants to, it's all going to be what he wants, though. That's the thing. It's going to be, I didn't want to do this. We'll do this tomorrow. Centralization of power. What Trump wants, Trump's going to get, so that people under him will do it too. But the cabinet choices are so bad right now. Like, it's worse. It's worse than what we thought. Like, so that's why it's kind of that's why I'm like, please prove me wrong, because the choices too, it's like it's his words, but then his choices for cabinet is not good. Marco Rubio is like the only one that I'll like be charitable to. That's like at least can gather it and comprehend it, maybe. Other ones are like, bro, Fox News host as the Secretary of Defense. You got Matt Gaetz, ED crushing pill popper, minor requesting Venmo paying Attorney General. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard is the national and so it's pain. It is like I'm at pain. I'm getting pains already thinking about it again because I forgot about it. But that's why I'm like, it's legitimately hopium. I'm not mincing words. It's legitimately hopium that I hope that Trump can find a personal interest in this somehow. And then everyone under him will do it because it's whoever can appease Trump the most in Trump world. It's whatever we can do to serve Trump the best. So if Trump wants it, Trump's going to get it. And it has to be that. You can't hope for a good cabinet choice here. You can't hope for someone in the government that's going to maybe some Republican senators will be, I don't know, but even then, like, they're going to get primaried if they go against the grain too hard or whatever. So they got to be careful, but it's got to be Trump's personal interest. His choices and his own words right now are not good. It's got to be a flip in the script somehow. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't see a path, but again, hope. Gotta hope for the best.
But what I do think that Zelensky is going to be faced with, I think what Donald Trump is, he's going to be faced with a territorial issue and how much territory he's willing to give up. And I think that's the fear that they have. So yeah, there could be a brokered peace quickly. But again, it comes down to what is Zelensky going to accept as far as territory, or is he just going to accept that all of Ukraine needs to be returned for there to be some kind of peace? And that's going to be very interesting going forward. It's going to take a lot of talent in the foreign policy space, but also in the military space to make sure that we have an agreement that the U.S. can live with, because, you know, we are a member of NATO, and there are issues and cascading effects based on what Russia is able to acquire in Ukraine.
Will you see ATACMS footage? Not right now. Maybe in like a couple weeks, maybe. We got Storm Shadow footage. I mean, it depends, right? There's going to be operational security with that, more so right now because Ukraine's limited to using those in Kursk. And Ukraine's really got to be careful with operational security here because this is their bargaining chip. So they can't afford any fuck-ups with this, really. They're all in on it. So they can't afford people to see like what they're doing right now. That's what we talked about with Ryan, where I wish it was, and I even mentioned this months ago, where I was like, man, Biden, just let them use it and then tell us afterwards. Let Ukraine just start using ATACMS and just let it go, and then you can tell us at the ice cream parlor or something. Biden with his ice cream. Oh, hey, by the way, we let Ukraine use ATACMS, Jack. With his sunglasses on. That would have been lit. That would have been awesome. Okay. That didn't happen, but Biden still let it happen now, thankfully. So that's why this is important, right? So you might not see it right away. If anything, you'll see it, but it'd be delayed. Probably delayed for a while now. What ABC News had to say about it.
Hi Hi there, I'm Phil Lipoff. We want to get right to our top story. We have major developments in the war in Ukraine. President Biden has authorized Ukraine to use long-range missiles inside Russia. Officials are telling ABC News at this hour. Ukraine has been lobbying, as you know, for a long time to allow the use of these kinds of missiles, but Biden has specifically prohibited their use since the start of the war. It marks a major escalation in this conflict, and it comes just hours after Russia launched one of its largest missile attacks against Ukraine in months, targeting power plants and energy infrastructure across the country. So joining me now to talk about this is ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez, along with ABC's Patrick Reevell, who is inside Ukraine for us. Patrick, I want to start with you. This seems like a major shift in the Biden policy right at the end of his presidency toward Ukraine. How did we get here?
Hi, Phil. Yeah, I mean, this is significant. 2 U.S. officials have confirmed to us that President Biden has now authorized Ukraine to use ATACMS missiles inside Russia. These are long-range, powerful missiles with a range of 190 miles and very powerful warheads. And Ukraine has had them for some time, but has not been permitted to use them inside Russia for many months, despite pleas from the Ukrainian side to be allowed to do so, because the Biden administration has been concerned about escalation. Now, clearly, that has now changed tonight. I think there is one very important caveat, though, that we are seeing indications that the authorization is only going to allow the ATACMS to be used inside Russia's Kursk region, which is the border region where Ukraine seized a foothold back in August with its surprise offensive. We understand that it's likely that there may be only the permission only being allowed to let Ukraine strike there rather than a broader authorization, which is what Ukraine had been seeking. We've heard a confirmation from one Ukrainian official saying that this is a partial green light, but not entirely what Ukraine was asking for. I think one of the reasons we're seeing from the White House why Biden has made this decision, in part, is because of the appearance of North Korean troops inside the Kursk region. We know that there are thousands of North Korean troops there taking part in an offensive with Russian forces trying to drive Ukraine out of the Kursk region. And it appears that, in part, this decision to allow Ukraine to now begin striking inside Russia with ATACMS was driven by the fact that North Korea has now joined the war much more directly, Phil.
Yeah, well, that is an important caveat, if that's what you're hearing from your sources, that it's going to be a partial green light. Louis, the timing of this decision is certainly notable, given that President-elect Trump is set to take the White House in just a few months. What are you hearing from your contacts at the Pentagon? This must be a bit confusing, especially in these last 2 months of this presidency.
Well, Phil, officially, the Pentagon is not saying much at all about this. They're not confirming this report officially. But one of the things that you can gather, as you mentioned, it's 2 months left in the administration. And one of the things that's really important right now is to not prevent this situation from escalating, because as you have all this talk about potential peace talks should a Trump administration, when they come in very early on, then what are the benefits? What are the losses in terms of who gains territory, what gains?
And this is exactly what I was hoping for. And exactly, because you got these 2 months of time. Trump and the Trump base want this nice little this nonsense, this BS is something Biden could do. It was perfect move for Biden. Should have been earlier, but never too late. One of these situations where it's like needed to happen. I'm glad it happened here in November 17th and not like December 25th or it's Christmas, December 20th or something, like a month from now when Trump takes office. Only a month from then, right? I'm glad that it's at least now, and it gives Ukraine like now a month, 2 full months now of like, here we got ATACMS to use now. Now they have more tools to prepare themselves for Trump taking office.
What territory must be given back? And right now, Russia has the upper hand in some of these areas, particularly in Kursk and other parts of eastern Russia, eastern Ukraine that they've seized. So potentially, I think what you're looking at right here is a tactical response, try to get push back the Russians as much as possible so that they don't make any further gains. Now, one thing to point out, these missiles can be fired from deep within Russia, inside Ukraine, and the long range will then strike inside of Kursk. So potentially it's not that they have to be right inside of Kursk or that they have to be right on the border. It affords a little more safety for the launchers. But I think it really is all about the tactics right now and ensuring that Kursk doesn't fall to Russia, particularly now that you have North Korean forces engaged. And this is already turning into a much broader conflict just by the mere presence of 10,000 North Korean troops.
It should have been I knew when Kim Jong-un got on the train at the start of the year and went to Russia, that was the indication this was coming, that North Korea was joining the war. Russia's been using North Korean artillery shells all year. They've been killing Ukrainians with North Korean weapons all year. And now just the North Koreans themselves are here now. But what Putin had planned was already kind of laid out at the start of the year when he met with Kim Jong-un.
Side of Kursk.
Yeah, Patrick, I'd like to get your thoughts on this. This decision coming obviously after Russia launched that most devastating attack on Ukraine in months. I'm wondering if you're thinking this had more to do with that, the most recent attack, or the fact that policy toward Ukraine, U.S. policy, might be changing in a couple of months.
Might be.
Yeah, Phil, no, I think this decision probably was already in the works. It's unlikely that, the decision was made after this massive attack that we saw here today in Ukraine. It was one of the largest attacks of the year. In fact, it was the third largest attack of the year, but it's certainly also the biggest attack we've seen here since August. 120 missiles, 90 drones fired across Ukraine, mostly targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure, hitting power plants. We know that significant damage was done to a number of power plants around the country. Several cities saw blackouts, some because their systems were damaged, others.
Why only in Kursk? Because that's the token right now. This is the territory inside of Russia that Ukraine is holding for peace, for any forced peace deals that is expected when Trump takes office, where at least he'll try. At least he's going to try to, right? Europe and Ukraine will have their own words and their own decisions on that, but at least from what everything Trump said and everything his cabinet looking like is that he's going to force Ukraine into a peace deal, which would require for there to be a stoppage of fighting. That Ukraine would have to give land to Putin, to give land that they've been fighting for to Putin. So there's a peace, and MAGA's happy with this. And some MAGA, most of them, and others. Obviously, the Russians want this; they're banking on it. So knowing that and understanding that that's what Trump will likely try to do, and so Ukraine's holding on to some Russia here. They're holding on to a piece of Russia, so that way, in order for there to be a negotiation, if there is, they have Russia now, or they have a piece of it. So Russia will have to give up something in Ukraine, or something in the deals. So it's important for Ukraine to hold this, because without this, they don't have a lot of leverage in the negotiations right now. Also, North Korean troops are being put here. At least that's what they're telling us. Obviously, we've heard, and they're going to be sent to the east. They're going to be sent over here. They already are. Ukrainian reports have already came in. Soldiers on the ground have already reported it. It's not going to go in the mainstream news, but they're there. They're out there, especially in Luhansk. Okay, but the mainstream understanding is that they're coming to Kursk. So using the mainstream understanding, that's why Ukraine is only limited to hitting in the Kursk salient. Right? That's why. It's a very important region right now. Very important. The whole thing's important, but with the addition of the North Korean soldiers and the upcoming Trump presidency, that piece of Russia that Ukraine is holding is very, very important for the near future.
It's because Ukraine has had to impose emergency shutdowns to try and protect the grid. We saw that in Kyiv. Obviously, it's timed because we are entering winter here in Ukraine. It is already cold here, and the temperatures are going to continue to go down. And clearly what we're seeing here is what had been feared, is that Russia is going to attempt to use cold as a weapon this winter. And so these strikes today are clearly part of that. But I think in terms of why President Biden chose to make this decision now, I think, as Louis was saying, it does in part perhaps seem because Russia is on the offensive, not only in Kursk, but all across the east of Ukraine. But in particular in Kursk, there is this major offensive involving North Korean troops, which was both a surprising and also very dramatic escalation of this war. And clearly, I think the Biden administration felt they couldn't just let it go past. But I think also, inside Kursk, we're seeing Russian forces slowly pushing Ukrainian forces back, and I think there must be some sense within the Biden administration that they want to try and hold that. But I think also here in Ukraine there will still be some frustration, because for more than a year they've been demanding to use ATACMS inside Russia, telling the Biden administration that it's not going to lead to a major escalation. And now finally we see in the dying days of the Biden administration they've agreed to do so, Phil.
All right, so there is the decision to allow Ukraine to use these weapons that, as you point out, the U.S. has not given them permission to do as we supply a lot of these weapons. But, Louis, back in September, Russian President Vladimir Putin said, and we'll quote this for you, if this decision is made, it will mean that NATO countries, the United States, and European countries are at war with Russia. How do you expect President Putin to respond?
More cope and more seethe.
Now that this decision has been made.
Bill, that's
He's going to go get North Koreans.
been the tough rhetoric that has really
He's going to invade Ukraine.
concerned U.S. officials, which is one of the reasons
He's going to continue to attack civilians.
why they've held off on this decision. Yes, Ukrainians have been asking for this weapon
Chemical warfare in the East.
system for a long time. And the United States has said, look, we don't have enough of them. The Russians have moved all of their equipment further away from the range of these missiles, so their effectiveness has been reduced.
It's just more red line scares. Like we talked with Ryan earlier, the only thing that can be done at this point to escalate is nuclear weapons. And I don't think China will allow Russia to do that. Right? I don't think China would allow Russia to do that at all. Could be proven wrong. I don't want to be on that situation. But Russia's pulled in another country to help them on the ground fight, and it's North Korea. That's they're kind of maxed for. That's a red line. West, NATO. We're gonna invade now, or I don't know. They've done it all. It's appeasement now at this point. If you listen to Putin's red line scares.
But one of the big concerns has always been the red lines. We've seen the red lines with the F-16s, with the M1A1 Abrams tanks, with the Patriot missile systems, and now you have these ATACMS. So this was the last red line. The question is the rhetoric going to be matched by even more bellicose language from Russia?
There'll be a lot of terrorist attacks on civilians, like happened overnight. It'll be an increase of drone attacks and bombings on Kyiv and other civilian populations. That's what the response will be. And then the world will World War III now because we're helping Ukraine. Russia is actually good. It's just because, you know what it is? I don't even think it's that they think Russia's good. It's just people's brain has been fried when it comes to America and geopolitics. And maybe it was the 20 years of bullshit in the war on terror that really just fucked Americans for any geopolitical assistance, especially when it's this important. Yeah, I'll give it to you. 20 years in the Middle East was a waste. Mercado, came to your channel because of your deep sense of trying to help Ukraine, but this political left and right is not helping Ukraine at all. It's too bad that's what takes place in real life. And it's too bad that's how it goes. It's too bad that politicians in the United States are not unanimous on supporting Ukraine and that they're putting their politics in front of supporting Ukraine. And it's not my problem that I report on that. It's not my problem that X politician is anti-Ukraine. And because I say, hey guys, this politician is anti-Ukraine, that is not being divisive. That is me just telling you how it is. Okay. If anything, that politician's being divisive for not supporting a country that we're supposed to. I have no idea. Like, if anything, Russia's been divisive in dividing people based on shit that shouldn't be political, like aiding Ukraine. This should not, I mean, war is politics for sure. War is politics, but aiding Ukraine, especially for an American, should be easy to do. America wasn't just, we didn't have our independence just given. Right? We're just blessed with it. Blessed with independence, blessed with the freedom. America. We had to fight for that, and people continue to. So especially a country like ours that is so supportive of like the right to self-defense and the right to bear arms and the amazing Second Amendment, right? This should be an easy one. Should not be a tough one for Americans to support here. But that's Russia's propaganda. That's the power of Russia's influence over Americans. But also, I think the 20 years of war in the Middle East have cooked many Americans. COVID cooked Americans. Trumpism is cooking Americans. It's just a lot of propaganda, a lot of media, but also, again, the real 20 years of Middle Eastern war that really was bad. And it sucks then when you want to see Ukraine win. We're not sending American soldiers there. We're not spending trillions. The amount of money we were spending a day in the Middle East was insane. Okay, we're giving Ukraine batches of aid, old shit, old weapons, Cold War era, Vietnam era, early Gulf, maybe Desert Storm, War on Terror equipment is like here and there, maybe. You know, they get some Humvees and maybe a couple MRAPs that are broken still, and the door doesn't work, and the door handle is broken on there. They're not getting replacement parts to it, so they got to make it work. It's not. This is night and day difference, but I understand. I guess I can empathize maybe with the 20 years of war on terror and how media propaganda can fill that void if you have a void there, I guess. If Republicans don't want to be called out for hurting freedom, maybe they shouldn't side with fascists. You know, it's a good point. That's how I feel about it.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says that Russia has launched around 120 missiles and 90 drones in what he calls a massive combined airstrike on his country's energy structure. Well, the Foreign Minister, Andrei Sybiga, says that Russia launched one of
Sybiga. Okay, that's how I say his name.
the largest air attacks with drones and missiles against peaceful cities, sleeping civilians and critical infrastructure. Ukraine's energy operator announced emergency power cuts in the Kyiv region, and the bombardment also...
Are you with Trump or a crybaby liberal? I'm with freedom.
Forced power cuts in 2 other regions in the east of the country. Well, people in the capital...
I'm with the United States.
Made their way to underground stations to shelter from this assault. Russia's defense ministry claimed that it attacked facilities that support Ukraine's defense industry. And further south, the Black Sea port of Odessa experienced a citywide power cut, and neighbouring Poland says that it scrambled fighter jets. In a statement, Warsaw confirmed that operations by Polish and Allied aircraft were underway. Well, our correspondent Paul Adams joined us from Dnipro in the east.
We had sirens in the early hours, and the latest information from the city was that 2 railway workers were killed, among 5 people killed across the country overnight, in what seems to have been the largest concerted Russian drone and missile attack, certainly since early September. And it does seem as though the principal targets were, once again, Ukraine's energy infrastructure. I was speaking to someone from one of the largest...
Same tactic it's been for the last 2 years going into the winter time.
Energy companies just a short time ago who said it looks like they're starting again. In other words, as winter arrives... and
We're trying to freeze out the Ukrainian civilian population, trying to break the civilian morale, right? Because it's cold. It's very cold in Ukraine during the winter time. If you live in the Midwest, honestly, if you live up here, because it's on the same plane, right? It's on the same, like here, in this part of the U.S., you know about it gets cold in the winter, doesn't it? Here, especially like in the Midwest and New York and all over here, it's very cold. Canada, Winnipeg, shout out to my Canadians. Maybe it's colder as you go further, but I'm talking like the area that we're at here. It gets cold. So you got to imagine. Then if you live in there, maybe like me, I live in Minnesota. You got to have your heat. You got to have heating. You got to have your winter gear because it gets very cold. Same thing in Ukraine. Right.
We have had the first snow here in the last few days. Once again, Russia turns its attention to Ukraine's energy infrastructure in an attempt to plunge this country into darkness during the most difficult months. So whether that is the beginning of such a campaign, we don't know, but it certainly looks that way. And from one end of the country to the other, we have had interruptions to power and a number of significant energy infrastructure targets hit, although we're not being told which ones.
And Paul, just to bring you up to date, the Russian Defense Ministry is saying, and this is coming to us via the Reuters news agency, that these energy infrastructure facilities, they're accusing them of supporting defence industry and military enterprises, which is why arguably they're saying that's why they targeted them. But arguably we're also hearing from Russia's foreign minister saying that civilians were targeted, that people were sleeping in their beds, they were targeted. So
that's how the propaganda is so simple for simpletons. Oh, we're striking Ukraine. That's powering their military. No shit. No, it's their energy. It's the energy infrastructure of the country. It's supporting whatever's in there. It's supporting anything that's in Ukraine. Like the civilians, obviously they're fighting because Russia's invading. So you hear the Russian propaganda. Oh, we were just targeting the infrastructure that's supporting the military. The whole country. And then that propaganda works on people because they don't even just think about how stupid that is. There's no common sense there. There's no critical thinking with that. But Russia will cook with that, unfortunately.
Ongoing escalation of what is a conflict already at crisis point.
Yes, I mean, what keeps a country going? It's the energy generating facilities, and that keeps people warm, and it also, of course, enables the country's industries, including their military industries, to keep functioning. So you attack the power infrastructure, you affect the entire country, and it is inevitable when these attacks are launched that civilians do end up being caught in it, either by direct strikes from missiles and drones, or by fragments of both missiles and drones being intercepted overhead. None of this.
Will the war come to a halt for the winter? It should. There will be drones. There'll still be artillery. Russia made a couple moves last winter that went viral. That was really dumb, like in Vuhledar and other places. But I don't really, at least from what we've seen so far, there isn't major moves made in the dead of winter. And if you try to, you're gonna get annihilated, because the drones will still be out there. There'll still be drone fighting, drone warfare, attrition. There'll still be winter attrition fighting. But in terms of like major ground changes, likely not. Which is why you're likely seeing Russians are trying to get what they can right now. That's why you're seeing these massive Russian gains across the front. Right, and I'll go through a map update before we close for the stream tonight. But they're trying to get all the ground they can, because winter is coming, like Greg said, and I think Ryan mentioned the weather a little bit. It's kind of abnormal right now in terms of the ground isn't like winter ready. It's colder, but it's not dead of winter yet. So there's still a window of time to try to conduct offensives to get some ground. But when that winter sets in and it's cold and muddy and can't travel on anything other than paved roads, whoever controls those paved roads, whoever has the best surveillance and drones on those things, are going to be able to control it. Because even if the Russians want to gain ground, they can only gain ground on paved roads or highways or ground lines of communication that can support the offensive or support military equipment. Right? You got big heavy trucks, big tanks, and they can't travel on we've seen it. Even Ukraine can't, right? The terrain is bad. The farmland, the mud, vehicles getting stuck. Okay, those side roads are bad for all sides involved. Okay, so Russia being on the offensive, or trying to still, if they try to continue to conduct offensive operations in the winter, there'll be a lot of Ukrainian drone teams that are going to get a lot of Russian vehicle destructions on their tallies. Okay, because that's the only roads that they can travel on. And I only know this because of the last 2 winters. We've covered this war for 2 winters now in a row. Can you think of it? Golly, this is our third winter of this war. 3 days into the third winter into 3 days, whatever. I think they got it wrong somehow. But anyways, I've only seen it from 2022, 2023 winter, and then last winter into this year. You can only assume it's going to be the same.
This would be happening if Russian attacks on Ukraine's infrastructure were not happening. It is part of what one senses is an effort by both sides to try and maximize their positions ahead of what is widely anticipated to be some change in US policy once Donald Trump takes office early next year. We're seeing the Russians gradually edging forward along the eastern front, and we're seeing the Ukrainians clinging on to that tiny fragment of Russian territory in the Kursk region. Everyone knows that the policy that the Biden administration has pursued over the past few years could be about to change, and change quite dramatically.
Good.
President Zelensky himself said just the other night.
And plus, you know what? Let's just call a spade a spade. The condition that Trump left Afghanistan in for Biden, okay, if anything, that was... This is a far more... I'm going to put this... I feel like aiding Ukraine and supporting Ukraine's fight for its independence is a far more honorable tasking of what's being asked upon the world right now, if that makes sense. I'm not taking away anything that any veterans accomplished during the war on terror, because that's what our country sent us to do. Sent us to go take out terrorism for right, but that's not really what we were doing, was it? We were kind of like expanding interests of oil and other nonsense things, right? Unfortunately, okay, but that still doesn't mean there were heroic individuals that did what they had to do to defend the person to the left and to the right of them, okay, because that's what we had to do. So the condition that situation was left in contrast to positioning the United States right now, while Biden's still the president and European countries still have their power that they do, and the alliance agreements that they have with the United States, like the contact group and all of the shit that exists. You have 2 months right now. You have 2 months to put the U.S. in a position to, when Trump takes power, that it's going to be very difficult for Trump to turn his back on Ukraine. And that's what they should be focusing on now. This move with the ATACMS was definitely one of those. That's a good move. Good job, Biden. Thank you, finally. But they need to do more. Right? You have 2 more months, literally. I think he sworn on the 20th. Okay, you got maybe a month, because Christmas will come. Everyone's gonna go home. No decisions will be made. Holiday season, everybody will be home. But then you have maybe a couple weeks in January. Maybe some stronger decisions can be made somehow. I don't know. But a ways that it'll be very difficult for Trump and his administration to turn their back on Ukraine. And that's what the decision makers in the West, all around, all of it, UN, NATO, well, maybe not the UN. No one likes the UN. NATO, whatever. All the parliaments, governments, they all need to prepare and do it seriously now. I mean, sitting on their hands they've had 4 years. It's almost kind of, I feel like it's me when I have a task and I have a due date for something, and then I wait for the last minute, and I do this. Okay. And I'm guilty. Okay. I got a deadline for something, and I wait till the last minute and I kill it in 10 minutes. But you can't do that right now. Okay. And this has also cost too many lives and territory lost. You can't, but that's what it is. It's grind mode now in the final hour, and it needs to happen. And if it doesn't, it could be way worse. And I'm hoping that Biden continues to make final act strong decisions at the end.
Right, that the war could be over next year. There's a feeling that things are going to change. No one quite knows how.
So Paul Adams there, he joined us a little bit earlier on. He was in Dnipro in the east of Ukraine. Let's cross over to Warsaw, where we can speak to Professor Katarzyna Pizarska, who's the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum. Professor, when it comes to what we're seeing, those 120 missile strikes across Ukraine from Russia, 90 drone strikes, what's your reading into this escalation from Russia?
Hello, Katarzyna. Hello, Kasia. It's great to be here. First and foremost, I just came back from Ukraine after almost 2 weeks spent there, and I'm a regular to Ukraine. And I have to say that the situation in terms of air raids has really deteriorated. It's not only tonight. Actually, on an average in Kiev, you have to go down 2 or 3 times to shelter. And of course, some of these strikes are strikes on critical infrastructure, but the majority are actually on civilian objects. And the thing is that what Russia is trying to do in Ukraine is trying to break the spirit of the Ukrainians, is trying to exhaust the Ukrainians before the winter. And of course, these strikes, we look here from Poland, from Warsaw, with great worry. We, as you know, have had already 4 situations in which missiles from Russia have hit Polish territory, including one that flew over 400 kilometers into the central part.
And then remember when nothing happened because we needed something to happen after that, and a strong Western reaction to that would have been great, but nothing really.
Parts of Poland. So
I think this happened 3 times.
Not only have to
didn't it happen in Romania one time too?
Put our jets up every time this happens, but we're also trying to find some kind of a common NATO response to start hitting these missiles also over, as we were asked by the Ukrainians, the Ukrainian territory. So we are in a situation today where definitely much more has to be done together as an alliance in NATO. Poland is ready to act, but in order to act, we need to have a number of green lights coming from
Poland is ready to act. Is Poland just at the ready then? Someone in the chat earlier asked if Poland's gonna help on the ground somehow. What are they ready for? I haven't heard any news signaling like today is the first major shift in the norm, which has been not allowing Ukraine to strike back, and now they can. Still only in Kursk, but maybe with the other Western long-range missiles like the Scalp and the Storm Shadow. Poland scrambles jets. Poland said it scrambled fighter jets and mobilized all available forces on Sunday. Oh, shit. Due to a massive attack by Russia, which is carrying out strikes using cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones against sites located, among other places, in western Ukraine, operations by Polish and Allied aircraft have begun. Poland's operational command posted on social media platform X. Poland operational command. What's that? They have a Twitter account? Is this the operation? I'm going to follow this account. That's a helicopter. Due to the end of the Russian Federation's strikes on targets in Ukraine, the operation of military aviation in Polish airspace has been terminated. And the deployment forces and we need to close Ukraine's skies. It should have happened immediately. God, that was the first one. That was like one of the first. This is escalation. Russia will send nukes. That was one of the first ones, and it like died. In the debate about closing Ukraine's air is died. It needs to come back. So Poland scrambling the jets and getting into a military readiness stance, at least. This isn't like signaling that Poland's about to like join the war. This is signaling that they're in a different they're in a different stature, or I don't know how to put it. Like they're ready. Okay, they're ready. They're ready. Like you guys were saying, Poland's ready, but this isn't like they're gonna now be an ally on the ground to Ukraine. That's not what this is saying. But find out, we're ready and find out. Basically, is what the energy is coming from there. This is from Ukrainian Pravda. France and UK authorized strikes deep into Russia with Scalp and Storm Shadow missiles. France and the UK, following the US, have reportedly granted Ukraine permission to use their long-range Scalp and Storm Shadow missiles for strikes on Russian territory, in addition to the ATACMS. The French and British have authorized Ukraine to strike deep into Russian territory using their Scalps and Storm Shadows. For reference, Storm Shadow and Scalp is a long-range air-to-ground missile jointly developed by the UK and France and designed to target stationary objectives, including well-positioned sites like bunkers, even in adverse weather conditions and at any time of the day. The missile's warhead weighs 450 kilograms. Storm Shadow missiles can be mounted on Ukrainian Soviet-era jet aircraft. So the New York Times reported that Biden had, for the first time, authorized Ukrainian forces to use these long-range ATACMS missiles to strike Russian territory. Sources say that these weapons are likely to be initially used against Russian and North Korean troops in the Kursk Oblast, as you guys have heard now. The report also highlighted that while British and French leaders expressed support for President Zelensky's request for long-range strikes in Russian territory, they had hesitated to permit their use until Biden agreed to authorize the deployment of ATACMS, which is why it happened one after the other. Like Biden said, and then Britain and France, who have been wanting to do this, were then signaled that Ukraine can use theirs too now. So it's like a chain reaction of long-range missile approvals today. 1,000 days. Today is the 1,000th day of the war, huh? I stopped counting. I used to have the counter on every single stream, like day 797. Stop counting. Day 1,000 though. 1,000 days into Russia's 3 days of. That's in Kyiv. That looks like no, this is in Irpin. I was there. I've been on that street. I've been in there. You know where this is? Me and Rick the Ukrainian went there with operator Mike, who's serving in the military now. I was in that neighborhood. Where is it? I think it's the war crimes video. Yeah. So this is a ground view of that picture in my video on my channel.
So today I'm here with special guest.
So we're walking right here. So last year when we went there, it was starting to be rebuilt a little bit. Where's the picture now? We're walking like right here. Me and Rick in the video here. We're walking along this street. We parked the car over here, and all of these houses were getting they were all destroyed, or the war crimes that were committed in the civilian area is unreal. Like there was still pieces falling off the building last year, and Russia committed a lot of these war crimes in like 2022, most of the year. But even last year there was the cleanup, and the remnants of it were still there.
The Ukrainian who's been taking us around suburbs around in the Kyiv Oblast, in Bucha and Irpin.
So you can kind of see some of the housing to my left, but to the right on the screen. That is the houses you see here that were just destroyed. Like, looks like almost kind of like maybe from the US. If you haven't watched any war footage or my coverage, what does this look like to you? Maybe it looks like the hurricane come through, right? But it wasn't a hurricane. It was Russia's artillery and mortars and war crimes on civilians. But that's their homes. This is entirely a civilian area. Regular civilian area. You got apartments across the street. There's like shops. There's like a park. There's a park in here. All of it got destroyed. The Russians had tanks and shit in there, just driving things over. Okay. That's what that looked like.
Right now, we're in Irpin, and one of the main streets within the town, seeing the rebuilding process.
That's the apartment building that you see right there.
Because, as you know, the Russians came here, committed atrocities, war crimes, destroyed homes completely, killed civilians for weeks. So we're here to see it, and there's still remnants of those early days. There's still destruction, but homes are being built, and the rebuilding process has,
like, one by one, that whole block
has begun here in Irpin.
Like, literally, we're just walking past this, and chunks of like the apartment still over it. It'd be like almost last year. It'd been a year since the Russians came into Irpin, but parts were still falling off. It was still crumbling. Look at all the bullet holes in the car. Civilians.
I think lately, a lot of people around the world, when they start talking about that Russia wants peace, that they are forgetting that Russia wants this, and Russia was doing this. And Russia never wanted any peace. Russia wants to divide.
See? Oh, my video caught, Mike caught it. You see parts of the building just falling off? Just
about that Russia wants peace, that they are forgetting that Russia wants this, and Russia was doing this. And Russia never wanted any peace. Russia wants to divide and conquer.
They won't continue committing these acts because this is a completely civilian building. Like Rick had said, there's entire floors still missing. Workers are in there right now, gutting individual apartments of debris. It's literally, they're in there right now, it's falling.
You know, families, in 2013, they left Donbass, left the
So now on this part, we're walking up this road here. So we're walking along this road right alongside the apartment building. So we went from here, and we took it right on this street. Now we're walking this way.
Makivka, Horivka, many other towns and cities and villages in there, and they settled here in Bucha, Irpin. These towns, they started actively building up since then, actually, since 2014.
Yeah.
And a lot of families found their happiness in here after, you know, being invaded there. And in these apartments, there were families living who were escaping the war, and the war chased them.
It is our fight, Captain. It is our fight. It is our fight. It is our fight. Right? You're talking about getting dragged into it. I was 1 year old. I was born in 1993. Budapest Memorandum was signed in 1994. So I was 1 year old. I was a baby. I'm just a baby. I'm doing nothing else but being a baby. when America signed the security agreement to protect Ukraine. To where, hey, Ukraine, where it's the 90s, we're on some peace on earth thing going on here. There's going to be peace, world peace. When I was a kid, that was what every kid, what do you want when you grow up, Johnny? I want world peace. I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going to be a race car driver. Okay. 90s were crazy. It was amazing. But nukes and denuking the world were a part of that. Okay. And we took Ukraine's nukes away, which was their deterrence to anyone, really. Because if you have nukes, no one's really invading you. Or you have nuclear war, nuclear powers, you're not going to get invaded. It's a deterrent for a reason. But it's a deterrent that, it's kind of scary. Nuclear bombs aren't nothing to play with. So maybe just the deterrence of a strong military that can work together with allies and combined arms and be able to shoot, move, and communicate together, and the addition of nukes together with that, obviously, as the back pocket, deterrent. This is better. So we'd rather have a stronger coalition, conventional ground fighting than just nukes. I'll just hit the nuclear button. So Ukraine got their nukes taken away. And we signed the agreement to where if anyone invaded Ukraine, we're going to help. We're going to provide security assistance because that's what we do. So it is our fight, Captain. We are getting involved in a war that is not needed. Not one of you will lay down your lives if we get that. You're talking to a YouTube live chat, dude. You're talking to I don't know why I'm engaging with you. I'm timing you out because I don't want to see your cope response to this. But many people in chat have they're veterans or they've helped and they've been helping for 2 straight years, getting aid to Ukraine, getting drones there, medical supplies, whatever. So, and a lot of people just physically can't. And I'd give more credit to people that physically can't fight and physically just can't, mentally maybe, but they want to help and they want to do everything that they personally can to help. I have 100% more respect from that than some cuck loser that comes in and says, "Oh, why don't you care about him so bad? Why don't you go over there and fight for him?" It's probably why you're in a chat trolling because you don't have any friends and anybody that cares about you. Because if you did, you wouldn't be saying shit like that. It just wouldn't happen. If you actually had people that you love or you care about and they care about you, that those words would be impossible because you'd have empathy, but you don't have empathy. You're probably also paid. Congratulations, you got 50 rubles out of me.
And I think this is also something that teaches me personally that this war cannot be escaped. You need to fight it. You need to fight Russians. You need to fight back. You need to stop trying to close your eyes on it.
And even yeah, for sure, Doug, you can go too. These big badasses on you. I don't even want you around because play a video of me in Irpin in Ukraine. You guys would never go to Ukraine. You would never go there.
Bakhmut, Mariupol, and you see also Irpin.
So thank you guys for watching this video. I hope you got something out of it.
You'd never go. These YouTubers are scared. They just talk. They don't do anything. My favorite. There's a little side note on that because I immediately recognize that street. Immediately recognize that whole neighborhood because you don't forget things like that when you see this IRL on the ground and what Russia did in Irpin. This is one area. This isn't even the viral war crime area. There's war crimes in here, but that was at the church. And there's one in Bucha, and then the mass graves in the trees in Irpin. The Russians had mass graves of civilians in there. It's a brutal war of attrition, grinding swords at the 1,000th day. Neither side seems eager to negotiate. President-elect Trump said he said he could quickly end the war, though it is unclear how or in whose favor he might tip the scales. This backdrop appears to be driving Russia's strategy in eastern Ukraine, according to Phillips O'Brien. So Trump's unknown is helping Russia on their offensive. That's amazing. If Trump cuts aid to Ukraine and a ceasefire leads to a frozen conflict, Russia wants to secure as much territory as it can now. Because that's what Russia wants. I mean, it's a win-win for Russia. Right now, obviously, Putin's got North Korean help now, and he's going to get intel in North Korea from what South Korea is doing, which also involves the West and U.S. military bases and positions there. But Putin wants this. There's no way Russia is not winning this war. Never. They never will. Never can. They're not going to push any further than what you really see here, no matter what. No matter if Russia commits everything to it. The Ukrainian defenses are strong, and the attrition would be, you'd really see a weak grinder then. So Putin is banking on the fact that Trump will step in and force a peace deal so he can hold on to the territory. Like, thank you, Trumpski helped here. Now we don't have to fight for now. And then they build up their military in 5-10 years and then invade again, which is what they did after Crimea and Donbass. Okay, we're talking about more war in Ukraine later. It's not like this peace would be peaceful for long. And also, who's to tell what Ukrainian units are going to do? It's their country. Trump can say, "Oh, Ukraine, you better give up fighting." I don't think regular Ukrainian units are going to stop fighting. I don't think they're going to stop defending their own territory, no matter what Trump says or does. It's just the significant aid to help Ukraine win in a timely manner will go away. But also, you could say, well, Biden didn't give Ukraine aid that would help them win in a timely manner either. So I understand for sure. It's like, it sucks because Biden was weak on Ukraine. So I can't even be like, oh, the opposite is way better. But it's like one side is at least giving aid and aiding Ukraine, and one side is not. So it's like you choose, one side is vehemently against Ukraine to the point of parroting pro-Russian talking points, to the point of putting pro-Russian individuals in the American government in cabinet positions. The other side is not doing enough and not being strong and not being a leader. And this is a good choice for Biden now, but he needs to, for the future then, we'll talk about for the future, because Biden administration is almost done. If there's any imperialism out here, which Russia wants to commit more, so we'll be talking about Moldova or whatever next, if weakness continues. Any Democratic-led administration can't be weak on geopolitics with fear of propaganda or fear of escalation mitigation. That can't happen. Especially when you're working with an opponent that isn't, Russia doesn't care about our reality. Russia doesn't care about our Western way of life at all. They want to destroy it. They want to destroy what we have. They want to tear down our institutions completely, have us fighting each other. That's what Russia wants. And they're doing really good at it. They're doing really, really good at it. A lot of their information and misinformation and propaganda is working on Americans really well on a very, very bad scale. So it's up to, I guess, people like me and others like me to work against that by giving you as much honest information as I possibly can. So that's the best way we can work against it and hope for the best at this point. I already tried what I could in the American election to have clarity at least on what's going to happen here, but America chose differently, and now we're going to have a lack of clarity completely, to the point of fear, and it's justifiable. It's definitely justifiable fear. Where's the one on? Oh, I thought I saved one from Tulsi. There you go. So anyone that's like, Tulsi's a great national intelligence person.
I think the most recent example of your inexperience in national security and foreign policy came from your recent careless statement about how you as president would be willing to send our troops to Mexico to fight the cartels.
I know that it's par for the course in Washington to take remarks out of context, but that is outlandish even by the standards of today's politics.
Are you saying that you didn't say that?
I was talking about U.S.-Mexico cooperation. We've been doing security cooperation with Mexico for years, with law enforcement cooperation and a military relationship that could continue to be developed with training relationships, for example. Do you seriously think anybody on this stage is proposing invading Mexico?
That's not what I said.
But it is, though. It is, though. It's what Tulsi's suggesting. That's Tulsi's game. because she's an asset to Assad and Syria and Russia. So when we're talking about, you know, known security agreements with Mexico to help fight the cartels, Tulsi's like, oh, they're talking about invading. They want to invade. She's, I don't know, she's playing some leftist thing. She's really good at playing people in her politics. I don't even know how she was Democrat, to be honest. Like, I mean, at least because I came from the right wing, and I 100% understand why she's appealable to the right wing. I 100%, because I come from that world. I thought she was a Republican, to be honest. No, what's Democratic about her? Be honest, like, even when I supported the Democratic ticket this time for the first time in my life, I thought she was I thought she changed her party affiliation years ago. But I forget that she was in the Democratic Party. But it makes sense why she's appealing to Republicans, because she is one.
I'm talking about building up alliances. And if your question is about experience, let's also talk about judgment. One of the foreign leaders you mentioned meeting was Bashar al-Assad. I have, in my experience, such as it is, whether you think it counts or not, since it wasn't accumulated in Washington, enough judgment that I would not have sat down with a murderous dictator like that.
Oof.
You were asked directly whether you would send our troops to Mexico to fight cartels, and your answer was yes. The fact checkers can check this out. No. But your point about judgment is absolutely correct. Our commander-in-chief does need to have good judgment. And what you've just pointed out is that you would lack the courage to meet with both adversaries and friends to ensure the peace and national security of our nation. I take the example of those leaders who have come before us, leaders like JFK, who met with Khrushchev, like Roosevelt, who met with Stalin,
like Donald Trump,
Reagan, who met...
Got him. Got her. Like Trump, who met with Kim. I love that. Got her.
I think
that's the moment she became Republican all the way. Damn it, Pete Buttigieg. Damn it, Pete. Oh, there you go. More Tulsi Gabbard on Ukraine. But she's like, but Andrew, she's like attractive though. You don't know. You just don't know what she's gonna do.
Here are the undeniable facts. There are 25 to 30 U.S. funded biolabs in Ukraine.
Oh boy. You're telling me Tulsi Gabbard was pushing the biolabs propaganda? Oh, yes, she was. You guys remember COVID biolabs shit? That was like 2020, 2021, 2022 time propaganda. Remember that lore? Remember that nonsense? Yeah, Tulsi was pushing it. Yeah, she's cute though, huh? Yeah, JG, yeah, facts, huh?
According to the U.S. government, these biolabs are conducting research on dangerous pathogens.
Like what? Which dangerous pathogen?
Ukraine is in an active war zone with widespread bombing, artillery, and shelling. And
so the random who's doing the artillery and the shelling and the bombing? Who's doing that? Tulsi? Who's bombing, artillerying, and doing all that? And then what are you afraid of? Like, so this thing that's causing artillery and shelling and these facilities, these biolabs that have what in them? And why are you fearful of what's in these biolabs?
These facilities, even in the best of circumstances, could easily be compromised and release these deadly pathogens. Now, like COVID, these pathogens know no borders. If they are inadvertently or purposely breached or compromised, they...
The COVID was created in the biolab propaganda. It just kind of sits so perfectly there, doesn't it? Yeah, remember 2020 when we didn't know where COVID came from and propagandists filled that information bubble with it was created in a biolab, and then those biolabs just so happened to be in Ukraine. Weird. Okay. I'll think about that. 2 years later, Russia invades. Oh, the biolabs in Ukraine. Remember when we told you about it 2 years ago? It's propaganda. It's how it works. They plant ideas in your brain like years ago, and then they activate it. Just pay attention. Pay attention to things a little more. If anything, pay attention to the propaganda side. The one that's just knowingly lying. Okay, that's the side I came from. That's how I can talk about this, because that's how it works. They lie about you. They lie about something in the past, or like today. Like they'll lie about something today that you'll be like, that's kind of random. The fuck is that lie for? But then in a year or two from now, something will happen to where then that lie was already planted in your brain and it'll work for the next thing. Propaganda. Okay, so COVID biolabs was a big thing in 2020 that easily nestled into the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Because why? Likely because Russia was behind the propaganda of it, planting the seeds in American brains because they were going to invade Ukraine.
It will quickly spread all throughout Europe, the United States, and the rest of the world, causing untold suffering and death.
She sounds like a cult leader because she's a part of a cult. Actually, not MAGA too, but like she's actually a cultist. The Brotherhood of Shawarma or something thing that she's a part of. The Sisterhood of the Traveling Liars.
So in order to protect the American people, the people of Europe, the people around the world, these labs need to be shut down immediately, and the pathogens that they hold need to be destroyed.
Shut down the biolabs. Shut them down.
Instead of trying to cover this up,
cover it up,
Biden-Harris administration needs to work with Russia, Ukraine, NATO, the UN.
Biden-Harris covering up what? See how, like, guys, like the election, I wanted to cover this tomorrow, but just a little anecdote. The right wing and Republicans were laying propaganda traps for 4 years. That's why. You want to know why the election was lost? Sure, there's a lot of personal things Democrats can do better, for sure. Getting people to vote would be a great one, okay? But also years of just propaganda and lies will do this. Absolute nonsense. So like if you're watching Tulsi, if you're following her, if you're a follower of her, you're in on the so you got to realize how propaganda works. As I said, they planted the COVID biolabs thing in 2020. Okay, so you should already have think of it as lore, right? You play video games, you play like Diablo, or do you play like Destiny, or do you play like RPGs that have like lore, and you kind of have to know, like, you kind of have, and if you play like the next game in the series, you kind of have to be aware of some of the lore from the last one, right? That'll help you understand the next one. That's how MAGA propaganda works. Okay, they have their own lore. Okay, so COVID biolabs was a big part of their reality. It was a big part of MAGA reality world, where like COVID again was cooked in a lab and it was used as a weapon against Americans. Okay, that is what people believe in. So when you're in on that already, it's easy then to carry you to the next one. It's easy then to plant more lies into your brain because you're already in on the lore from the first one. Okay, that's why she can say this cooked shit and you're like, how is she even saying this? Why is nobody pushing back against it? Because you're in the lore. You're a fan. You're in the fan club, like Marvel fans or DC fans, and you know about all the history of the comic book X whatever thing. That's how MAGA world works too. It's all lies. Nothing's rooted in reality whatsoever. It's all propaganda. But it's important to know the context of it, and maybe I do because I come from it. But it's breadcrumbs. It's breadcrumbs to get you to the next thing that they need you to believe in.
Immediately.
They being people like Tulsi Gabbard and those that understand how to cultivate cults or how to work cults like Tulsi does, because she's a cultist.
And the pathogens that they hold need to be destroyed.
Because there was no lies, right? That's where I was getting to, was there were no lies about the
instead of
the the biolab. Sorry, I was thinking of words. There was no cover up or lies about biolabs. There was none. But if you're in Republican MAGA QAnon world, there was. If you're in Republican QAnon world, there was definitely a cover up. The elites are lying. They sent that out to us to keep us at home, to try to steal the election. They stole the election. They did it by keeping everybody at home, and they sent the virus, and they did Trump. Okay, so you're in on the lore already. You're in on the understanding. You already believe in this. So it's easy then to continue it and lie to you even more. But like use the past tense or the past context to then provide new ones. This is explained in Metal Gear Solid 2, by the way. Here's your Metal Gear reference for the day. When the AI take over and you're like freaking out in the game, and like the colonel is talking to you, and you understand that you've been talking to an AI the entire time. I don't want to. If you haven't played Metal Gear Solid 2, you better. There's a big spoiler, but I mean the game's 2001. It came out. The AI talks about how it provides context. It's not just like reacting to the input of the character, right? It's not like it's. In other words, it's kind of scary. It's ahead of its time because a lot of the AI interaction is like call and response right now. Like if you use a GPT tool, if you use AI, it's like you got to put in a prompt and then it responds to you. It doesn't just act on its own. It's not sentient, right? But the AI in Metal Gear Solid 2 tells you that it was laying context too. So it was like providing information that wasn't true to guide people to do what they wanted them to, as the Patriots, ironically. I'm cooking right now a little bit, but it's okay. They're called the Patriots in the game, ironically. Okay, but these Patriots, also known as like the deep state, are controlling the information flow. And the AI that you're talking to at the end of the game tells you this, and it's really scary. And he like Colonel Campbell, the AI Colonel Campbell freaks out and he's saying random shit, and it's really freaky. Okay, that game got it right, 100%. Metal Gear Solid 2, if you haven't played it yet. But that's how MAGA right-wing propaganda work. They lay out the context for you throughout their whole thing. And if you're not a part of the in the know, they'll get you into it. They'll listen to a Steve Bannon podcast, listen to Charlie Kirk, pop in some Tim Pool, listen to this person from Fox News in the background for background noise. Okay, that's how you get you into it. And then once you're in the context, that's your world now, and that's your reality. And that's why if you're watching this, like she's just saying nothing, she's saying nothing. It's because you're not in the right wing world. You're not in QAnon MAGA world. You're in your world, which is what I found to be the right one. Maybe I don't know, it could be in a different world. I don't know what world you're in, but if you're in my world, I feel the one I'm in is the real one now. And I came from this nonsense and from covering current events for the past couple years, especially Russian propaganda. You kind of see how the game works. I remember, especially now that I'm showing you guys the biolabs thing, but as the wars played out, a lot of propaganda from like 2020 came back. Like, oh, the Russians are saying this. Like biolabs is one of the biggest ones, but they're repeating MAGA propaganda. I remember from like 2020 that was kind of just like annoying, but it didn't really have a meaning to it. Now it is. I wonder why. Because maybe Russia, or the propagandists in Russia, also America, are laying context. They're like creating a reality that isn't the real one, like a storybook, and they got a lot of people in there. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm sure there's a shorter way to explain all this, but it's basically like, yeah, play your favorite RPG game and then call it MAGA world, and that's what MAGAs live in. They don't live in the real one.
Trying to cover this up, the Biden-Harris administration needs to work with Russia, Ukraine, NATO, the UN to immediately implement a ceasefire for all military action in the vicinity of these labs until they're secured and these pathogens are destroyed. Now, in addition to all this, the U.S. funds around 300 biolabs around the world.
The U.S. funds U.S. funded biolabs. Biden-Harris cover up.
Who are engaging in dangerous research, including
Fauci,
including gain of function, similar to the
Fauci. Is it coming back yet? Do you guys remember how mad people were at Fauci and COVID? And how does it fit into Russia though? Right? How does this all fit into Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Oh, maybe it was supposed to.
Lab in Wuhan, where COVID-19 may
maybe it was always supposed to
have originated from. Now, after realizing how dangerous and vulnerable these labs are, they should have all been shut down 2 years ago. But they haven't. Now, this is not a partisan political issue. The administration...
No, it was a non-issue. And it was a non-issue. But if you at the time, though, 2022, yeah, MAGAs don't care about biolabs and shit now. Like, that's old news, right, MAGA? You don't care about that shit now. You care about... What are you mad about now? I don't even know what you're mad about today. Whatever. You were upset last week about the border and immigration, but you probably don't even care about that now. Inflation, don't care. That was a temporary thing. You don't give a fuck. I don't know what you care about right now. We're at a gray zone, and Trump really hasn't made any statements yet, so I don't know really where you're at. other than maybe you're just reacting to Trump's picks. But I mean, yeah, MAGA doesn't think for themselves. They go off what Trump does. In 2022, you were probably all in on this. The biolabs, gotta destroy them. Fauci labs, those woke Fauci. I hate him. I hate him. He did this to me. He made me stay home and eat mac and cheese and play video games. I was so upset. Okay. It's all together. It all kind of just comes together.
And Congress need to act now for the health and well-being of every American and every person on this planet.
I wonder, where's her aloha? No, she has one where you're like, we should try aloha politics. That was so cringe. I thought I saved a few. Damn it, dude. This is overtime now. Look, I have other things to talk about. There's other things to talk about, but there was one where she said Ukraine should do the power of aloha. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Tulsi. I can't. Oh yeah, here you go. So this was Tulsi Gabbard's initial analysis of how there should be peace in Ukraine, guys.
Presidents Putin, Zelensky, and Biden. It's time to put geopolitics aside and embrace the spirit of aloha, respect, and love for the Ukrainian people by coming to an agreement that Ukraine will be a neutral country, no military alliance with NATO or Russia, and therefore alleviate the legitimate security concerns of both U.S. and NATO countries as well as Russia, because there'd be no Russian or NATO troops on each other's non-Baltic borders. This would allow the Ukrainian people to live in peace. Aloha.
Embrace, hey, Ukrainians. Have you tried embracing the power of aloha? The fuck does that even mean? I don't know. But have you tried it yet? Maybe you should try that. That's what our upcoming director of national intelligence says. She's going to go to Ukraine looking for the biolabs and telling you guys to embrace aloha. That's Tulsi. Garbage. All right. That's it, you guys. Been almost hours go by with you guys faster than anything. I swear to God. I was on my gaming channel for like 12 hours a day or two ago. Yes, I do game, and I game seriously. But sometimes time goes by on this stream faster than my gaming does. I can't believe it's been 5 hours. I feel like we just got started. I feel like we just got warmed up. I feel like we just did a warm up. Now we're ready for the real stream. No, it was a great conversation today. We had great dialogue with we got Ryan O'Leary, we had Greg Terrion, Dylan Burns, Brandon Mitchell. All right, we're gonna have more on tomorrow. I think we should do a longer stream tomorrow night. I want to talk to Operator Starsky and Johnny FD, and then hear from the chat. But I didn't plan to stream today, so tomorrow, regular scheduled 4 p.m. Right, like I told you guys last week, 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern is the new stream time from now on. 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern. Sometimes it'll be about Ukraine only, especially like days like today. But sometimes if there's breaking news that isn't Ukraine related, that's what it'll be, if that makes sense. My platform's good for breaking news coverage, getting you guys the information. I'm just knowledgeable on Ukraine and I care about it. I've been there and spent 2 years covering it. But any breaking news here on Mercado Media, current events in the U.S., very important. Upcoming Trump presidency, I'm going to have coverage on that probably every day. Well, we will be live every day, but there'll likely be something to talk about every single day too. So just expect that. If you're new to the channel, join the Discord server. Follow me on Blue Sky. The link is in the description. Donate to our NAFO campaign. Thank you to everybody for doing so. We're almost done. 97% complete. Absolutely amazing work. Thank you again. I'm going to have a campaign on my Buy Me a Hot Dog here. I got to get a new chair because I literally, like, my back is just done in this chair now. Like, it doesn't work. And then I got to get a standing desk and then also prepare for the inauguration because I should go. I didn't go to January 6th, 2021, and that was the last time Trump was in. That's the last time Trump was around DC, so I'm going to be there again for the inauguration. So I'm going to have a campaign going for that to help get me back to Washington, DC, cover the inauguration in January. I feel like we should just plan that now, 2 months in advance, so I can get a place for cheaper, and everything's cheaper when we plan ahead. Last minute planning is expensive, and we can save some money that way. Thank you again for watching, you guys. I will be on my gaming channel for the rest of the evening, Mercado Gaming. I'll put the link in the chat, so come on over and click it. We're just going to grind out some Warzone tonight. Tomorrow night and Tuesday, we'll be finishing up Life is Strange. Great game. So tomorrow night, Tuesday night, really quick, hold on, sorry, before we go, because I know I got my dedicateds with me still. So tomorrow night, Life is Strange, the important one for most of you, and I hope that I give a lot of new viewers on my channel starting Wednesday, because we got a big one coming out Wednesday, and this should matter for even if you don't like video games. Maybe you'll come over and at least support the stream and support the game. But we got a very major Ukrainian video game coming out. Stalker 2 comes out Wednesday. And it's been 12 years since the first one, and we know that the developers have fought for the Ukrainian armed forces. I think one or two of them have lost their life. One lost their life in Bakhmut fighting, but also the development team has supported the country and their military the entire time, giving vehicles and supplies and whatever. So not only have they had to develop the game, which takes years and labor and work, but also supporting Ukraine while they've been at war too at the same time. So this game comes out Wednesday. It's gonna be a great one. The first one was good. I didn't get to really play it much. I had to play it here and there, but I didn't really get into it. So I'm excited to get into this game. It looks really good. A very immersive game, and we're gonna have a blast with it. So we'll be playing that on Wednesday. So if anything, just go ahead and get your subscription on Mercado Media now. It's free to do. Hit the subscribe button. It's following, and be ready for Wednesday, because Wednesday is Stalker night, and it's gonna be a great time. All right, you guys. Everyone else, see you over on the gaming channel, I hope, for Black Ops tonight. I'll be live tomorrow again, 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern. More reactions and hopefully interviews with people connected to Ukraine, and also you guys with the call-ins. I'll have that on Discord, so join the Discord. I'll give you a day in advance so you guys can prepare tomorrow. So join the Discord so you can do a call-in if you want to tomorrow and get your take on ATACMS use inside of the Russian territory. So join that. Follow me on Blue Sky. All the links are in the description. Just pick one, follow me. Thank you so much for your support. Have a great day. Slava Ukraine, and Vladimir Putin do fuck off. Take care.
Bang. I want it. I secretly think that I want it. Boss, I want to get everything. I want it. I secretly think that I want it. Revenge on us. I want to get everything else. Revenge is the must. Boy want to escape everything toss. 6 to deep when I let my boy on down from that door again. I meet with that horse. Payback time I show no remorse. On my guy cause I like go boss. Back my damn day coming like Judas. Want to see me on the nail and cross.
I got ice in my veins, loaded guns, I'm insane. Fight for peace in my land, enemies lying dead. I kick shit with my troop, iron tanks, bulletproof. We attack, we don't play. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine. You can try to invade with your guns and your tanks. We prepared for the game. We destroy fucking snakes. Be aware of the beasts that will tear you in peace. We attack, we don't play. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine.
Russian worship, go fuck yourself. Russian worship, go fuck yourself. Russian worship, go fuck yourself. Russian worship, go fuck